As evening settles quietly over the wetlands of eastern Asia, a small and elusive creature begins to emerge from the shadows. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary deer. Its body is compact, its coat soft and earthy brown, and its movements cautious and graceful. Yet a closer look reveals something unexpected, something that has fascinated naturalists, hunters, and wildlife enthusiasts for centuries. Extending downward from the upper jaw are two elongated canine teeth. These sharp tusks can grow several centimeters beyond the mouth, giving the animal an appearance unlike any other modern deer. In the dim light of dawn or dusk, these teeth have inspired one of the animal's most popular nicknames, the vampire deer. Despite this dramatic title, the creature is neither dangerous nor bloodthirsty. It is a shy herbivore that spends most of its life avoiding conflict and feeding on vegetation. The nickname exists solely because of its unusual appearance. Yet that appearance raises an intriguing question. How did a deer come to possess prominent tusks while lacking the antlers that are so characteristic of nearly every other deer species? The animal in question is the water deer, scientifically known as Hydropotes inermis. Native to parts of China and the Korean peninsula, it represents one of the most unusual branches of the deer family tree. To many observers, it seems almost as though evolution combined features from several different animals into a single species. The water deer occupies a unique position in the natural world. It has the body of a small deer, the canine tusks of a primitive mammal, the swimming abilities of a semi-aquatic species, and a behavioral repertoire that differs significantly from many of its relatives. For evolutionary biologists, it serves as a living reminder that nature rarely follows simple rules. For centuries, local communities living near rivers, marshes, and reed beds encountered these animals as quiet residents of the landscape. Unlike larger deer that roam forests in conspicuous herds, water deer often remain hidden among dense vegetation. Their preference for cover and their cautious nature make them difficult to observe in the wild. Many people can spend years living near suitable habitat without ever seeing one. The mystery surrounding the species has only increased its appeal. Early European naturalists who first encountered descriptions of the animal struggled to classify it. The presence of tusks seemed inconsistent with contemporary understanding of deer anatomy. Some wondered whether it represented a transitional form, preserving ancient characteristics that had disappeared from most modern species. Modern science has provided many answers, yet the water deer remains an animal filled with surprises. Researchers continue to study its behavior, genetics, ecology, and evolutionary history. Each discovery contributes to a broader understanding of how species adapt to changing environments over long periods of time. The nickname vampire deer has undoubtedly helped attract public attention. Images of a small deer displaying prominent tusks spread rapidly across the internet, often accompanied by sensational descriptions. However, beneath the striking appearance lies a far more fascinating story. The water deer is not remarkable because it resembles a mythical creature. It is remarkable because it represents a unique evolutionary solution to the challenges of survival. Throughout this documentary journey, we will explore every aspect of this extraordinary animal. We will examine its evolutionary origins, investigate the function of its tusks, explore the wetlands it calls home, and follow its unexpected expansion beyond its native range. We will learn how it communicates, reproduces, avoids predators, and adapts to human-altered landscapes. We will also discover that the story of the water deer is not simply the story of one species. It is a story about evolution itself. It is a story about how traits emerge, disappear, and sometimes reappear in unexpected forms. It is a story about resilience, adaptation, and survival. As the night deepens and the wetlands grow quiet, the silhouette of a water deer moves silently through the reeds. Its tusks catch a faint glimmer of moonlight before vanishing once again into the darkness. For generations, this animal has remained one of nature's most intriguing mysteries, and our exploration of that mystery is only just beginning. Evolutionary roots and taxonomy. To understand the water deer, we must travel far beyond the wetlands of modern China and Korea. We must journey backward through millions of years of evolutionary history to an era when the ancestors of today's deer were only beginning to diversify across ancient landscapes. The story begins during the Miocene epoch, a period that stretched from roughly 23 million to 5 million years ago. During this time, forests covered vast portions of Eurasia, and countless species of mammals were evolving into new ecological niches. Among these mammals were the early relatives of modern deer. The family Cervidae, which includes all living deer species, emerged as a remarkably successful group of herbivores. Over time, different lineages developed unique adaptations that allowed them to exploit a wide variety of habitats. Some became specialists of dense forests, others adapted to open grasslands. Some evolved impressive body sizes, while others remained small and secretive. Most people associate deer with antlers. Indeed, antlers are among the most distinctive structures found anywhere in the animal kingdom. They are grown, shed, and regrown annually, often reaching extraordinary sizes. In many species, antlers serve as signals of strength and reproductive fitness. Yet antlers were not always the defining feature of deer. The earliest members of the deer family possessed characteristics that differed substantially from those of their modern descendants. Many ancient deer species had enlarged canine teeth. In several lineages, these tusk-like teeth played an important role in social competition. Before antlers became dominant as weapons and display structures, enlarged canines were common among primitive deer. This evolutionary history provides an important clue for understanding the water deer. Today, Hydropotes inermis stands as one of the few living deer species that retain prominent tusks while lacking antlers altogether. In many respects, the species preserves traits that echo an ancient stage of deer evolution. For this reason, zoologists often describe it as a particularly distinctive member of the Cervidae family. The scientific name Hydropotes inermis carries its own meaning. The genus name Hydropotes derives from Greek roots associated with water and drinking, reflecting the species' strong connection to wetland habitats. The species name inermis means unarmed or without weapons. Ironically, this designation refers specifically to the absence of antlers rather than the presence of tusks. Taxonomically, the water deer occupies a unique position within the deer family. Scientists have long debated exactly where it fits among its relatives. Early classifications relied heavily upon external appearance and skeletal anatomy. Later studies incorporated behavioral observations. More recently, molecular genetics has provided powerful tools for reconstructing evolutionary relationships. Modern genetic research confirms that the water deer belongs firmly within the deer family, despite its unusual characteristics. However, it diverged from other major deer lineages long ago. This prolonged period of independent evolution helps explain why the species possesses such a distinctive combination of traits. The water deer is currently recognized as the sole living member of the genus Hydropotes. This means it has no surviving close relatives within its genus. Such taxonomic isolation makes the species particularly valuable for evolutionary studies. Every aspect of its biology may contain clues about ancient evolutionary pathways that are no longer visible in other deer. Scientists generally recognize two primary subspecies of water deer. The first is the Chinese water deer, Hydropotes inermis inermis. The second is the Korean water deer, Hydropotes inermis argyropus. Although closely related, these populations exhibit subtle differences in appearance, distribution, and ecological adaptation. The separation of these subspecies likely reflects historical geographic barriers and environmental differences that influence population development over thousands of years. Rivers, mountain ranges, climatic fluctuations, and habitat fragmentation all contribute to evolutionary divergence. One of the most fascinating aspects of water deer taxonomy is how it challenges assumptions about evolutionary progress. Popular depictions of evolution often suggest a linear process in which species continually acquire increasingly complex features. Reality is far more complicated. Evolution does not move toward a predetermined goal. Traits persist when they remain useful. Traits disappear when they become unnecessary or costly. In some cases, ancient characteristics survive for millions of years because they continue to provide advantages under particular ecological conditions. The water deer exemplifies this principle beautifully. Rather than developing large antlers like many of its relatives, the species retained elongated canines and refined them into effective social weapons. Rather than investing substantial energy into annual antler growth, it followed a different evolutionary pathway. This alternative strategy proved sufficiently successful to ensure the species' survival through countless environmental changes. Fossil evidence suggests that many extinct deer lineages once exhibited combinations of features that seem unusual by modern standards. Some possessed both tusks and antlers. Others displayed structures unlike those seen in any living species today. The modern deer family represents only a small surviving fraction of a much larger evolutionary experiment stretching back millions of years. Viewed from this perspective, the water deer becomes even more remarkable. It is not merely an oddity among modern deer, it is a living representative of a broader evolutionary heritage, preserving anatomical characteristics that connect the present to a distant past. Researchers continue to investigate the genetic foundations of these traits. Advances in genomic sequencing allow scientists to examine the genes involved in skeletal development, tooth formation, growth regulation, and reproductive behavior. By comparing water deer DNA with that of other deer species, researchers gain insights into how different evolutionary pathways emerged. These studies reveal that even closely related species can arrive at dramatically different solutions to similar ecological challenges. The diversity observed within the deer family reflects millions of years of adaptation, experimentation, and natural selection. As our understanding deepens, the water deer increasingly serves as a model for exploring fundamental questions in evolutionary biology. Why do some traits persist while others disappear? How do isolated populations diverge over time? What genetic mechanisms shape the anatomy of a species? The answers lie hidden within the evolutionary history of this small and enigmatic animal. Standing quietly among reeds beside a mist-covered river, a water deer may appear ordinary at first glance. Yet within its bones, teeth, and genes resides a story spanning millions of years. It is a story of survival through changing climates, shifting landscapes, and relentless evolutionary pressures. And it is only the beginning of our exploration into one of nature's most unusual deer. Anatomy of an anomaly. Physical characteristics. In the quiet wetlands where water deer spend their lives, survival depends upon a delicate balance of concealment, awareness, and mobility. Every aspect of their anatomy reflects the environmental challenges they face. Although often overshadowed by their famous tusks, the overall physical design of the water deer is a masterpiece of evolutionary adaptation. At first glance, a water deer appears smaller and more delicate than many of its relatives. Adults typically stand between 50 and 60 centimeters at the shoulder and possess a body length ranging from approximately 75 to 100 centimeters. Most individuals weigh between 10 and 20 kilograms, though weight varies according to age, sex, habitat quality, and seasonal conditions. This modest size provides several advantages. Unlike large deer that depend upon speed across open terrain, water deer frequently inhabit dense reed beds, marsh vegetation, riverside thickets, and agricultural margins. In such environments, maneuverability is often more important than raw power. A compact body allows individuals to move quietly through narrow passages that larger herbivores would find difficult to navigate. The overall body shape is noticeably rounded and low to the ground. The chest is relatively deep, while the limbs are slender yet surprisingly strong. This combination contributes to both agility and endurance. Water deer are capable of sudden bursts of speed when threatened, but they are equally adept at moving carefully through dense vegetation without attracting attention. Their coat serves as an effective form of natural camouflage. During much of the year, the fur exhibits shades of warm brown, tawny chestnut, and muted earthy tones. These colors blend remarkably well with dried grasses, reeds, and marsh vegetation. Unlike some deer species that display highly contrasting markings, Water deer generally possess a subdued appearance that helps them remain inconspicuous. The fur itself is composed of dense insulating hairs that provide protection against varying weather conditions. Winters in parts of China and Korea can be surprisingly harsh, with freezing temperatures and occasional snowfall. The seasonal coat helps conserve body heat while maintaining flexibility and mobility. The head of the water deer reveals many of the characteristics that distinguish it from other deer species. The face is relatively short and tapered. Large dark eyes are positioned on the sides of the skull, providing a broad field of vision. This arrangement allows individuals to monitor their surroundings for potential threats while feeding. For prey animals, detecting danger quickly can mean the difference between life and death. Above the eyes sit a pair of mobile ears that constantly rotate in response to surrounding sounds. The hearing abilities of water deer are exceptionally well developed. Even faint noises can trigger an alert response. A rustling reed, a distant footstep, or the movement of a predator may immediately capture their attention. The sense of smell is equally important. The nose contains highly sensitive olfactory structures capable of detecting scents carried by the wind. Water deer rely extensively upon scent information to identify predators, locate resources, recognize neighboring individuals, and communicate territorial boundaries. Unlike many deer species, however, the most striking feature of the head is not found atop it. There are no antlers. Both males and females completely lack these iconic structures. Even young males never develop antler buds. The skull reflects this absence. Where antler-bearing deer possess specialized bony pedicles that support antler growth, the water deer lacks such anatomical foundations altogether. The absence of antlers creates a smoother cranial profile and reduces overall weight carried by the head. While antlers serve important functions in many species, they also require significant energetic investment. Growing and maintaining them demands nutrients, minerals, and metabolic resources. Instead of antlers, male water deer possess the feature that has earned them worldwide attention. Extending from the upper jaw are elongated canine teeth that can reach several centimeters beyond the lower lip. These tusks remain partially concealed when the mouth is closed, but become highly visible during displays of aggression, courtship interactions, or defensive postures. The tusks are not rigidly fixed in position. Specialized muscles allow males to adjust their orientation to some degree. This mobility increases their effectiveness during social encounters and reduces the risk of accidental damage while feeding. Females also possess canine teeth, but these are considerably smaller and far less conspicuous than those of males. The pronounced sexual difference reflects the primary role of the tusks in male competition. Moving downward through the body, the neck appears relatively muscular for an animal of this size. Strong neck muscles assist in supporting the head and controlling the movements of the elongated canines during confrontations. The shoulders and forelimbs are built for rapid acceleration. Although water deer rarely seek direct confrontation with predators, they can react with astonishing speed when alarmed. A resting animal may explode into motion within a fraction of a second. Their hind legs are particularly powerful. These limbs generate the force required for sudden leaps and rapid directional changes. Observers often describe the species' escape movements as spring-like, with individuals bounding through vegetation in a series of quick, energetic jumps. The hooves reveal another adaptation to wetland life. Compared with some deer species adapted primarily to hard ground, water deer possess hooves that function effectively on soft soils, muddy banks, and marshy terrain. This allows them to exploit habitats that may be less accessible to larger competitors. The tail is relatively short and often inconspicuous. Unlike species that use large tails for visual signaling, water deer rely more heavily upon scent, posture, and vocal communication. Internally, the anatomy reflects the requirements of a specialized herbivore. The digestive system is designed to process fibrous plant material efficiently. Like other deer, water deer are ruminants. Food is initially consumed, partially digested, regurgitated, and chewed again before completing the digestive process. This remarkable adaptation allows extraction of nutrients from vegetation that would be difficult for many animals to utilize. The cardiovascular and respiratory systems support an active lifestyle characterized by periods of intense exertion interspersed with extended intervals of cautious feeding and vigilance. Efficient oxygen transport and rapid recovery are essential for prey species living under constant risk of predation. Perhaps most fascinating is how all these characteristics function together as a unified survival strategy. The compact body allows movement through dense cover. The camouflage reduces visibility. Large eyes and ears enhance detection of danger. Sensitive olfactory systems provide environmental awareness. Powerful limbs facilitate escape. Specialized teeth serve as social weapons. Efficient digestion extracts energy from abundant vegetation. Individually, each adaptation offers a modest advantage. Combined, they create an animal uniquely suited to life along the waterways, marshes, and reed-filled landscapes of Eastern Asia. The water deer may appear unusual because it lacks the antlers we associate with deer. Yet when examined closely, its anatomy reveals something far more interesting than an exception to a rule. It reveals a perfectly integrated design shaped by millions of years of natural selection. Every bone, muscle, tooth, and sensory organ contributes to a lifestyle that has allowed this species to endure through changing climates, shifting habitats, and countless generations. And nowhere is that evolutionary story more evident than in the curious absence of the very feature most people expect a deer to possess. The missing antlers, a genetic divergence. Among all the characteristics that make the water deer unusual, none has generated more scientific curiosity than the complete absence of antlers. For many people, antlers are the defining feature of a deer. They appear in paintings, folklore, wildlife documentaries, and countless cultural symbols. The image of a stag standing proudly with a magnificent crown of branching antlers is deeply embedded in the human imagination. Yet the water deer challenges this expectation entirely. A mature male water deer may possess impressive tusks, territorial instincts, and all the behaviors associated with deer, but it will never grow antlers. Not as a juvenile, not as an adult, not during any season of its life. This raises a fascinating question. How can an animal belong unquestionably to the deer family while lacking one of the family's most recognizable traits? The answer lies in the complex and often surprising nature of evolution. To understand the significance of antler loss, it is helpful first to appreciate how extraordinary antlers actually are. Unlike horns, which are permanent structures found in animals such as cattle, goats, and antelope, antlers are temporary. They are among the fastest growing tissues in the animal kingdom. Each year, many male deer invest enormous amounts of energy into growing new antlers from scratch. During the growth phase, these structures are covered by a specialized tissue known as velvet, which supplies blood, nutrients, and oxygen to the developing bone. Once growth is complete, the velvet is shed, revealing the hardened antlers beneath. The process demands substantial biological resources. Calcium, phosphorus, protein, and metabolic energy must all be diverted toward antler production. For larger deer species, this investment can be immense. Yet the benefits often justify the cost because antlers serve as powerful tools in competition for mates. Males use them to intimidate rivals, establish social dominance, and engage in ritualized combat during breeding seasons. For millions of years, this strategy proved remarkably successful across much of the deer family. But evolution does not preserve traits simply because they are impressive. It preserves traits only when their benefits outweigh their costs. At some point in the distant evolutionary past, the ancestors of the water deer followed a different path. Rather than continuing to invest in antler development, their lineage gradually abandoned the trait altogether. Over countless generations, natural selection favored alternative mechanisms for competition and survival. As this process unfolded, the biological machinery required for antler production became increasingly unnecessary. The result is the animal we see today. Modern water deer lack not only visible antlers, but also the skeletal structures that support them. In antler-bearing species, specialized bony protrusions called pedicles develop on the skull. These structures serve as attachment points from which antlers grow each year. Water deer possess no such pedicles. Their skulls are anatomically different from those of antlered relatives, reflecting a long history of independent evolution. This absence indicates that antler loss occurred far in the past rather than recently. If the trait had disappeared only recently, traces of the underlying structures might still remain. Instead, the water deer exhibits a fully integrated anatomical design built around life without antlers. Modern genetics has provided valuable insights into this evolutionary divergence. Researchers studying deer genomes have identified numerous genes involved in antler formation, bone growth, hormonal regulation, and developmental signaling. Antler development requires the coordinated activity of many genetic pathways. Changes affecting these pathways can dramatically alter how skeletal structures form. In the case of water deer, evolutionary modifications appear to have disrupted or eliminated the developmental processes necessary for antler production. Importantly, this does not mean the species is defective or incomplete. Quite the opposite. The loss of antlers represents a successful adaptation rather than a failure of development. Evolution frequently removes structures that no longer provide sufficient advantages. In many organisms, simplification can be just as beneficial as increasing complexity. Examples can be found throughout nature. Cave-dwelling fish have lost their eyes because vision provides little benefit in permanent darkness. Flightless birds have abandoned the ability to fly when environmental conditions favored alternative survival strategies. Numerous parasites have lost organs that became unnecessary due to their specialized lifestyles. The water deer belongs to this broader evolutionary pattern. Its ancestors did not become less successful by losing antlers. Instead, they adopted a different strategy. The most obvious replacement came in the form of elongated canine tusks. Unlike antlers, tusks are permanent teeth. They do not require annual regeneration. They demand far less mineral investment than large antlers and remain available year-round. For a relatively small deer inhabiting dense wetlands and reed beds, tusks may have offered a more efficient solution to social competition. Dense vegetation presents unique challenges. Large branching antlers can become cumbersome in confined spaces. They may snag on vegetation or hinder movement through narrow passages. Water deer spend much of their lives navigating habitats where agility and stealth are more valuable than dramatic visual displays. In such environments, compact weapons may offer advantages over expansive ones. The ecological context therefore helps explain why antlers disappeared while tusks persisted. Energy conservation may have played a role as well. Growing antlers each year requires significant nutritional resources. By avoiding this expense, water deer can allocate energy towards survival, reproduction, territorial defense, and adaptation to fluctuating environmental conditions. Over thousands of generations, even modest energy savings can produce substantial evolutionary benefits. Scientists continue investigating the precise genetic mechanisms underlying antler loss. Advances in molecular biology now allow researchers to compare developmental genes across numerous deer species. By identifying differences in gene expression, they hope to better understand how such dramatic anatomical divergence evolved. These studies have implications extending beyond deer biology. Antlers are among the most remarkable examples of mammalian tissue regeneration. Understanding how they grow and regenerate may eventually contribute to medical research involving bone repair, tissue engineering, and regenerative medicine. The water deer, as a natural example of antler absence, provides an important comparative model for these investigations. Perhaps the most interesting lesson is philosophical rather than biological. Humans often think of evolution as a process moving toward increasingly elaborate structures. Yet the water deer reminds us that evolution has no predetermined destination. Success is measured only by survival and reproduction within a given environment. If large antlers increase fitness, they are favored. If smaller structures prove more efficient, they may replace larger ones. If an elaborate trait becomes unnecessary, it may disappear entirely. The water deer is therefore not an incomplete deer missing something important. It is a complete and highly successful species that followed its own evolutionary trajectory. Its smooth skull tells a story written over millions of years. It speaks of changing environments, shifting ecological pressures, and countless generations adapting to life among rivers, marshes, and reed-filled landscapes. Where other deer evolved crowns of bone, the water deer evolved a different solution. And in doing so, it became one of the most distinctive mammals in the world. As we move forward in our exploration, we will examine the feature that ultimately replaced antlers as the primary weapon of the species, the remarkable saber-like tusks that have earned the water deer its famous reputation as the so-called vampire deer. Evolution of the tusks. As dawn slowly illuminates the wetlands and reed beds of eastern Asia, a male water deer emerges from cover. His movements are cautious and deliberate. At first glance, he appears unremarkable, blending almost perfectly with the muted colors of the surrounding landscape. Then he lifts his head, and a pair of slender ivory tusks catches the morning light. These elongated canine teeth are the feature that has made the water deer famous around the world. To many observers, the tusks seem out of place. They appear more suitable for a prehistoric predator than for a small herbivorous deer quietly feeding among marsh grasses. Yet these remarkable structures are not evolutionary accidents. They are the result of a long and complex history stretching back millions of years. To understand their origin, we must once again look deep into the past. Long before modern deer evolved their impressive antlers, many ancestral deer species relied heavily upon enlarged canine teeth. Fossil evidence suggests that prominent upper canines were once widespread among primitive members of the deer family. In those ancient ecosystems, enlarged canines served multiple purposes. They could be used for display, intimidation, territorial competition, and occasionally physical combat. At a time when antlers were either absent or only beginning to evolve, tusks represented an effective solution to the challenges of social rivalry. Over millions of years, however, the evolutionary paths of different deer lineages began to diverge. In many species, antlers gradually became the dominant structures used in competition among males. Larger antlers often provided advantages during ritualized contests. They also functioned as highly visible signals of physical condition and genetic quality. As antlers became increasingly important, the canine teeth of many deer species diminished in size. Eventually, most modern deer retained only small, inconspicuous canines hidden within the mouth. In some species, the upper canines disappeared almost entirely, yet not all deer followed this trend. A few lineages retained enlarged canines and continued refining them through natural selection. Among these survivors, none became more specialized than the water deer. In a sense, the species represents an alternative evolutionary experiment. Rather than replacing tusks with antlers, it preserved and enhanced the canine-based strategy inherited from ancient ancestors. Over countless generations, the upper canines became longer, stronger, and more functionally important. The result is one of the most distinctive dental adaptations found among modern mammals. The tusks of a mature male water deer can extend several centimeters below the upper lip. Although exact size varies among individuals, they are often sufficiently long to remain visible even when the mouth is closed. Unlike the teeth of carnivores, however, these canines are not designed for killing prey. Water deer are strict herbivores. Their tusks evolved primarily as social weapons rather than feeding tools. They play a central role in competition between males, particularly during disputes over territory and access to mates. This distinction is important because it illustrates a fundamental principle of evolution. Structures do not evolve according to their appearance, they evolve according to their function. To human observers, the tusks may resemble the fangs of a predator, yet their biological role is entirely different. Evolution has shaped them not for hunting, but for communication, deterrence, and controlled aggression. The development of such structures is influenced by sexual selection, a powerful evolutionary force first described in detail by Charles Darwin. Sexual selection occurs when certain traits improve reproductive success, even if those traits provide little direct benefit for survival. A male that successfully defends territory or gains access to mates may pass his genes to future generations more frequently than rivals lacking similar advantages. Over time, this process can produce striking anatomical features. Peacock tails, elephant seals' enormous body size, and the antlers of red deer all represent examples of sexual selection in action. The tusks of the water deer belong to the same category. Males possessing effective tusks may be better able to establish dominance, deter competitors, and maintain territories. As a result, the genes associated with tusk development become more common within the population. Yet natural selection imposes limits. If tusks become excessively large, they may interfere with feeding, increase injury risk, or require excessive energy to maintain. Evolution therefore balances competing pressures, producing structures that are effective without becoming impractical. The water deer's tusks appear to represent such a balance. They are large enough to serve as formidable social weapons, but not so large as to hinder daily activities. Their elegant shape reflects millions of years of fine-tuning by evolutionary forces. Interestingly, similar adaptations have evolved independently in several other deer species around the world. The musk deer of Asia, although not a true deer in the taxonomic sense, possesses elongated canines used in male competition. Certain muntjac species also exhibit enlarged tusks alongside relatively simple antlers. These examples demonstrate that canine weapons have repeatedly emerged as successful solutions in different evolutionary contexts. Whenever ecological conditions favor compact, efficient weapons over large display structures, natural selection may arrive at similar outcomes. For water deer, life within dense wetlands likely contributed to this evolutionary trajectory. Tall reeds, thick vegetation, and restricted visibility reduce the effectiveness of long-range visual displays. Massive antlers would provide limited advantages in such environments while potentially hindering movement. Tusks, by contrast, remain effective regardless of vegetation density. They are compact, durable, and immediately available during close-range interactions. Another fascinating aspect of tusk evolution involves age-related development. Young males are born without visible tusks. As they mature, hormonal changes stimulate growth of the upper canines. Over time, the teeth lengthen and become increasingly prominent. This process parallels the development of secondary sexual characteristics observed throughout the animal kingdom. Just as antlers emerge as male deer mature, tusks gradually become symbols of adulthood and competitive capability in water deer. Females possess canine teeth as well, but these remain significantly smaller. The difference reflects the greater importance of tusks in male reproductive competition. Such distinctions between the sexes are common among animals where competition for mates influences evolutionary outcomes. Researchers continue studying the genetic and hormonal mechanisms controlling tusk growth. Understanding these processes may provide broader insights into how specialized structures evolve and diversify across mammalian species. Every new discovery reinforces the same conclusion. The tusks of the water deer are not evolutionary leftovers from a forgotten past. They are living, functional adaptations actively maintained by natural selection. They represent a successful strategy that has endured through changing climates, shifting habitats, and countless generations. What began millions of years ago as enlarged canine teeth in primitive deer eventually became one of the most recognizable features in the modern animal kingdom. The so-called vampire deer carries on that ancient legacy. Its tusks are reminders of a time before antlers dominated the deer family, a time when evolution experimented with many different solutions to the challenges of survival and reproduction. And while the tusks themselves are extraordinary, their true sophistication becomes even more apparent when we examine how they are actually used. For these remarkable teeth are not simply fixed ornaments, they are dynamic, controllable instruments capable of movement, display, and precise function. An engineering marvel hidden within the jaws of one of the world's most unusual deer. Mechanics of the saber teeth. In the animal kingdom, remarkable structures often attract attention because of their appearance. Yet appearance alone rarely tells the full story. The true marvel lies not only in what a structure looks like, but in how it functions. The tusks of the water deer provide a perfect example. At first glance, these elongated canine teeth seem straightforward enough. They protrude from the upper jaw, creating the famous vampire-like appearance that has fascinated people around the world. But beneath that simple impression lies a surprisingly sophisticated anatomical system, one that allows the animal to control, protect, and utilize its tusks with remarkable efficiency. Unlike the oversized saber teeth of extinct predators such as the famous saber-toothed cats, the tusks of the water deer are not rigid weapons permanently fixed in a single position. Instead, they possess a degree of mobility that significantly enhances their usefulness. This mobility begins with the structure of the upper canine teeth themselves. The tusks are anchored deep within the maxillary bones of the skull. Their roots extend far below the visible portion of the tooth, providing stability and strength. Because these roots are exceptionally long, the teeth remain securely attached even when subjected to considerable force during aggressive encounters. However, the surrounding tissues add another layer of functionality. Specialized muscles associated with the upper lip and surrounding facial structures allow the deer to alter the position of the visible tusks. Through subtle muscular adjustments, a male can raise, lower, or partially rotate the exposed portions of the teeth. The movement is not dramatic by human standards, but it is biologically significant. This flexibility serves several important purposes. One of the most obvious involves protection. During ordinary feeding activities, the tusks could potentially interfere with the manipulation of vegetation. Constant exposure might also increase the risk of accidental damage while moving through dense reeds, shrubs, and undergrowth. By adjusting the position of the tusks, the animal can reduce these risks. When relaxed, the teeth often remain partially concealed by the lips. During moments of heightened alertness, aggression, or display, they become more prominently exposed. This ability transforms the tusks into dynamic signaling tools rather than static anatomical structures. The visual effect can be striking. A calm male feeding quietly among marsh grasses may appear relatively ordinary, yet when challenged by a rival, his posture changes. The head lowers slightly, facial muscles tense, the lips shift position. Suddenly, the elongated canines become far more visible. Without any physical contact occurring, an unmistakable message has been communicated. The rival immediately recognizes the presence of a capable competitor. This form of visual signaling is extremely important because it helps reduce unnecessary violence. Throughout nature, many species rely upon displays that allow individuals to assess opponents before engaging in combat. Such systems benefit both participants. Serious injuries carry significant risks, including infection, reduced mobility, and diminished reproductive success. If a confrontation can be resolved through intimidation alone, both animals benefit. The water deer's tusks contribute to precisely this kind of conflict management. Of course, displays do not always prevent escalation. When two determined males compete for territory or mating opportunities, physical confrontations may occur. In these situations, the mechanics of the tusks become even more important. Unlike antlers, which often distribute force across broad surfaces, tusks concentrate force into relatively small contact points. This creates a different style of combat. Rather than engaging in prolonged pushing contests, males typically perform rapid slashing or jabbing movements directed toward their opponent. The goal is not necessarily to inflict severe injury, but to establish dominance and encourage retreat. The elongated canines are particularly effective for this purpose. Their shape allows controlled application of force while maintaining sufficient precision to avoid the chaotic collisions often associated with larger weapons. Observations of territorial disputes suggest that experienced males frequently use ritualized behaviors before actual contact occurs. Body posture, movement patterns, vocalizations, and tusk displays all contribute to the assessment process. Only when neither competitor yields does physical combat become likely. Even then, many encounters remain relatively brief. This efficiency reflects the evolutionary pressures shaping such interactions. Natural selection generally favors strategies that achieve competitive objectives while minimizing unnecessary risks. The water deer's tusks exemplify this principle. Their design balances offensive capability with practical usability. Another remarkable aspect involves durability. Teeth are composed primarily of enamel, dentin, and internal living tissues. The tusks of mature males must withstand repeated use over many years. Consequently, they exhibit structural characteristics that enhance resistance to wear and damage. Despite their strength, however, tusks are not indestructible. Breakage occasionally occurs, particularly during intense confrontations or accidents. A damaged tusk may reduce a male's effectiveness in future disputes, potentially affecting territorial success and reproductive opportunities. For this reason, behavioral caution often accompanies physical capability. Animals that rely upon specialized structures must protect those structures carefully. The relationship between tusk size and age is also noteworthy. As males mature, their canines continue developing, becoming more prominent over time. Older individuals often possess larger and more impressive tusks than younger rivals. Consequently, tusk size may provide valuable information regarding age, experience, and competitive ability. A younger male encountering a veteran territorial resident can often assess this information visually. Such assessments influence behavioral decisions, reducing the likelihood of hopeless contests. The mechanics of the tusks therefore extend beyond simple physical combat. They participate in a complex communication system involving visual signals, social evaluation, territorial defense, and reproductive competition. Researchers studying cranial anatomy have discovered additional adaptations supporting this lifestyle. The muscles controlling head movements are well developed, allowing precise positioning during displays and confrontations. Neck musculature provides stability and control, ensuring that the elongated canines can be employed effectively when necessary. The skull itself reflects millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Every attachment point, every muscle connection, and every structural reinforcement contributes to the successful operation of the tusk system. Perhaps most fascinating is how elegantly the entire mechanism integrates with the animal's broader ecology. The water deer spends most of its life feeding, resting, moving through vegetation, avoiding predators, and maintaining awareness of its surroundings. The tusks must function without compromising these essential activities. They cannot be so large that they interfere with feeding. They cannot be so fragile that ordinary movement becomes dangerous. They cannot require excessive energy to maintain. Evolution has solved these challenges through a design that is both effective and economical. The result is a weapon perfectly suited to the species' environment and lifestyle. What appears at first to be a strange curiosity is, in reality, a highly specialized biological tool shaped by countless generations of natural selection. The famous saber-like teeth of the water deer are not relics of some forgotten age. They are active, functional instruments that continue to influence the lives of individuals every day. Yet the question remains, if tusks serve so effectively as weapons, how do they compare with the antlers used by most other deer? To answer that question, we must examine one of the most intriguing evolutionary comparisons in the entire deer family, the contest between tusks and antlers. Two very different solutions to the same fundamental challenge. Tusks versus antlers, a comparative study. Across forests, grasslands, mountains, and wetlands throughout the northern hemisphere, deer have evolved an astonishing variety of strategies for survival. Yet among all these adaptations, few are as visually striking or as evolutionarily significant as the weapons males use to compete with one another. For most deer species, those weapons are antlers. For the water deer, they are tusks. At first glance, antlers and tusks appear to represent completely different biological solutions. One consists of massive branching structures made of bone, grown anew each year. The other consists of permanent canine teeth extending from the upper jaw. One dominates the silhouette of the animal, the other remains relatively compact and discreet. Yet both evolved for remarkably similar reasons. Both serve as tools in the competition for territory, status, and reproductive opportunities. Both are shaped by sexual selection. Both influence how males interact with rivals. And both reveal fascinating insights into the diverse ways evolution solves similar problems. To appreciate the differences, it is helpful to begin with the advantages of antlers. Among deer species such as the red deer, elk, fallow deer, and moose, antlers function as powerful visual advertisements. Even from a considerable distance, a large set of antlers communicates information about the individual's age, health, nutritional condition, and competitive ability. In many cases, physical combat can be avoided entirely. A smaller or weaker male may simply observe the antlers of a dominant rival and decide not to challenge him. This reduces the likelihood of injury and conserves valuable energy. Antlers also excel during ritualized pushing contests. When two males engage in competition, their antlers often interlock. The animals then test one another's strength through controlled wrestling matches. Because the force is distributed across broad surfaces, these encounters frequently remain less dangerous than direct stabbing attacks. From an evolutionary perspective, this is highly advantageous. Natural selection favors systems that allow competition while minimizing fatal injuries. Dead animals leave no offspring. Therefore, mechanisms that help resolve disputes efficiently often become widespread. Yet antlers come with substantial costs. Perhaps the most obvious is energy expenditure. Growing antlers requires enormous biological investment. Every year, a male must produce large quantities of bone tissue, drawing heavily upon mineral reserves and nutritional resources. For larger species, this process can be extraordinarily demanding. The annual cycle of growth, velvet development, mineralization, shedding, and regrowth represents one of the most expensive physiological commitments found among mammals. In open habitats, these costs may be justified. But what happens when an animal lives in dense wetlands, thick reed beds, and tangled vegetation? This is where the water deer's strategy begins to make sense. Unlike antlers, tusks are permanent structures. Once fully developed, they require no annual regeneration. The animal avoids the substantial metabolic costs associated with repeatedly producing large skeletal appendages. This energy can instead be allocated towards survival, territorial maintenance, reproduction, and adaptation to environmental fluctuations. The difference may seem subtle, but over evolutionary timescales it becomes highly significant. A second advantage involves mobility. Large antlers function effectively in open woodlands and grasslands, where visibility is high and movement is relatively unrestricted. However, they can become cumbersome in dense vegetation. Branches, reeds, shrubs, and tangled undergrowth create obstacles. For an animal navigating narrow passages through marshes and riverside thickets, compact weapons offer obvious benefits. Tusks occupy very little space. They do not interfere with movement through dense cover. They cannot become entangled in vegetation. They remain effective regardless of environmental complexity. The habitats preferred by water deer therefore favor a different kind of weapon system. Combat styles differ as well. Antler-based contests often emphasize strength, endurance, and pushing ability. Opponents lock antlers and attempt to overpower one another through sustained exertion. Tusk-based confrontations tend to be faster and more direct. Rather than wrestling, water deer rely upon rapid displays, short aggressive encounters, and precise movements. The emphasis shifts from prolonged contests of strength to brief demonstrations of capability. Neither strategy is inherently superior. Each is optimized for the ecological and social conditions under which it evolved. This principle is one of the most important lessons in evolutionary biology. There is rarely a single best adaptation. Instead, different environments favor different solutions. A trait that provides enormous advantages in one habitat may prove ineffective in another. The comparison becomes even more interesting when considering visibility. Antlers function partly as long-distance signals. Their size allows individuals to assess rivals from considerable distances. Tusks operate differently. Because they are smaller, their signaling role becomes most effective during closer interactions. In habitats where visibility is frequently obstructed by vegetation, this limitation may be less important than it initially appears. The environment itself influences which communication systems are most useful. Another distinction involves risk. Antler combat, although often ritualized, can occasionally result in serious injury. Entanglement between opponents may occur. Falls can cause fractures. In rare cases, animals become trapped together. Tusks carry their own dangers. Because they concentrate force into smaller areas, they possess greater potential for puncture wounds and cuts. Consequently, water deer have evolved behavioral systems that emphasize display and assessment before actual physical engagement. Again, evolution seeks balance. The goal is not maximum destructiveness, but effective competition with acceptable levels of risk. When scientists compare these systems, they often emphasize that antlers and tusks represent alternative evolutionary pathways rather than competing technologies. Both originated from ancient pressures associated with male rivalry. Both succeeded. Both persist because they continue providing reproductive advantages. The fact that most modern deer possess antlers does not mean antlers are universally superior. It simply means that different lineages encounter different selective pressures. The water deer demonstrates that a tusk-based strategy can remain viable for millions of years when ecological conditions favor it. Indeed, the species' continued survival is itself evidence of evolutionary success. Had the tusks been ineffective, natural selection would eventually have favored alternative adaptations. Instead, the water deer persists across large portions of Asia and has even established populations beyond its native range. Its weapon system continues functioning effectively in the modern world. Researchers occasionally describe the species as offering a glimpse into an alternative evolutionary history of deer. Imagine a world in which antlers never became dominant. Imagine that many deer lineages retained enlarged canines and refined them over millions of years. The water deer provides a living example of what such a path might have looked like. In this sense, it serves as a reminder that evolution is not a straight line. History could have unfolded differently. Small changes in environmental conditions, competition, habitat structure, or reproductive behavior can redirect the course of entire lineages. The water deer represents one of those alternative outcomes. Its tusks tell the story of a lineage that chose a different route through evolutionary time, and that route proved remarkably successful. As we leave behind the anatomy of the tusks and the mysteries of their evolution, our journey now shifts toward the landscapes that shaped them. For no adaptation can be fully understood without understanding the environment in which it evolved. The wetlands, rivers, floodplains, and reed-covered habitats of Eastern Asia are more than mere backdrops to the story of the water deer. They are active forces that helped create the species itself. And it is within those watery landscapes that the next chapter of our exploration begins. The native wetlands of China. As the first light of morning spreads across the floodplains of eastern China, a thin veil of mist drifts above the reeds. Water glistens between dense stands of vegetation, reflecting the pale colors of the sky. Hidden within this vast mosaic of wetlands, grasses, channels, and marshes lives one of the most unusual members of the deer family. For the water deer, these landscapes are not simply places to live. They are the foundation upon which the species evolved. Every aspect of the animal's anatomy, behavior, and ecology reflects a long relationship with the wetlands of China. To understand the water deer fully, one must first understand the remarkable environments that shaped it over thousands of generations. Historically, the species occupied large portions of eastern and central China. Its range extended across river valleys, floodplains, marshes, lake shores, and coastal wetlands where abundant vegetation provided food and shelter. These habitats were dynamic rather than static. Water levels changed with the seasons. Rivers shifted course, floods periodically transformed entire landscapes, new channels formed while old ones disappeared, wetlands expanded during wet years and contracted during dry periods. Such environmental variability created challenges, but it also generated opportunities. Species capable of adapting to fluctuating conditions often thrived. The water deer became one of those species. Among the most important regions for the animal have been the wetlands associated with major Chinese river systems. Rivers such as the Yangtze and its tributaries have historically supported extensive floodplain habitats rich in biodiversity. These areas contain a complex patchwork of ecological zones. Tall reed beds dominate some locations. Elsewhere, dense grasses cover low-lying ground. Shrubs and young woodland patches develop along elevated banks. Seasonal pools provide aquatic habitats for fish, amphibians, and countless invertebrates. The result is an ecosystem characterized by extraordinary productivity. Sunlight, water, and nutrient-rich soils combine to support vigorous plant growth. For a herbivore like the water deer, this abundance translates into a reliable food supply. Yet food is only one part of the equation. Equally important is cover. Unlike many larger deer species that rely upon open visibility and early detection of predators, water deer often depend upon concealment. Their relatively small size allows them to disappear within vegetation that would barely hide larger animals. A mature water deer standing motionless among reeds can become nearly invisible. The muted colors of its coat blend seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Even experienced observers may struggle to detect an animal only a short distance away. This camouflage serves as an effective defense against predators. Historically, water deer shared their habitats with a variety of carnivorous species. Wolves, leopards, wild dogs, and other predators once occupied many portions of the region. Although predator communities have changed considerably over time, the evolutionary pressures they exerted helped shape the behavior of the species. Concealment often proved more valuable than confrontation. Rather than standing its ground, a water deer typically seeks to avoid detection altogether. The wetlands facilitate this strategy. Dense vegetation provides countless hiding places. Narrow channels and muddy terrain can complicate pursuit. Numerous escape routes allow animals to move quietly between feeding areas and resting sites. Water itself plays an especially important role. Unlike many terrestrial herbivores, water deer exhibit a remarkable affinity for aquatic environments. They frequently inhabit areas adjacent to rivers, streams, ponds, and marshes. Their comfort around water influences both daily activities and long-term habitat selection. This relationship is reflected in their very name. The term water deer is not a poetic invention, but an accurate description of the species' ecological preferences. In many locations, individuals establish home ranges that include both terrestrial and aquatic components. Feeding may occur within grassy meadows or agricultural fields, while resting and concealment often take place in denser wetland vegetation. The ability to exploit multiple habitat types increases ecological flexibility. Seasonal changes further influence habitat use. Spring brings rapid plant growth, transforming wetlands into lush expanses of green vegetation. Food becomes abundant, supporting reproductive activities and the development of young animals. Summer often produces dense cover, allowing deer to remain hidden while temperatures rise. Autumn introduces new challenges and opportunities. As vegetation changes and water levels fluctuate, animals adjust their movement patterns accordingly. Winter can be particularly demanding. In northern portions of the range, cold temperatures and reduced plant availability require efficient energy management. Nevertheless, the diverse nature of wetland ecosystems often provides resources even during difficult seasons. The wetlands support far more than water deer alone. These ecosystems rank among the most biologically productive environments in China. Numerous bird species depend upon them during migration. Amphibians breed within shallow waters. Fish utilize flooded habitats for spawning and feeding. Countless insects complete their life cycles among reeds and aquatic plants. In this interconnected web of life, the water deer occupies the role of a medium-sized herbivore, converting plant biomass into energy that ultimately becomes available to higher trophic levels. Its ecological influence extends beyond simple consumption. By feeding selectively on vegetation, water deer help shape plant communities. Their movement disperses seeds. Their presence influences predator behavior. Their interactions contribute to the broader functioning of wetland ecosystems. Scientists studying these habitats often emphasize their fragility. Wetlands perform numerous ecological services that benefit both wildlife and human populations. They regulate water flow, reduce flooding, filter pollutants, store carbon, and support biodiversity. Despite these benefits, wetlands have frequently been viewed as land available for development. Throughout modern history, many wetland areas in China have been drained, converted to agriculture, or altered through infrastructure projects. Such changes have reduced habitat availability for numerous species, including the water deer. Yet the animal has demonstrated considerable resilience. Its ability to utilize a variety of habitats, including some human-modified landscapes, has helped it persist despite significant environmental change. Rice fields, irrigation systems, drainage channels, and agricultural margins sometimes provide substitute habitats where natural wetlands have declined. This adaptability has contributed greatly to the species' continued survival. Still, the natural wetlands remain irreplaceable. They represent the environments within which the water deer evolved. Their structure, hydrology, vegetation, and seasonal rhythms collectively shaped the species over thousands of years. When we observe a water deer moving silently through a marsh at dawn, we are witnessing a relationship forged through deep evolutionary time. The animal and its habitat cannot be understood separately. Each helped shape the other. The wetlands provided shelter, food, and opportunity. The deer adapted to exploit those resources with remarkable efficiency. Together, they created one of the most distinctive ecological stories in Eastern Asia. Yet, China is only part of that story. Across the Yellow Sea, another population evolved under somewhat different conditions. There, among the mountains, river valleys, and wetlands of the Korean peninsula, the water deer followed its own path, producing a distinct subspecies whose history would become equally fascinating. It is to that Korean chapter of the story that we now turn. The Korean subspecies, Hydropotes inermis argyropus. Across the waters of the Yellow Sea, beyond the coastal plains of eastern China, lies the Korean peninsula. It is a land of dramatic contrasts. Mountain ranges rise from fertile valleys, rivers descend through forests before emptying into broad coastal wetlands. Seasonal changes can be intense, bringing humid summers, colorful autumns, snowy winters, and vibrant springs. Within these diverse landscapes lives a population of water deer that has followed its own evolutionary journey for thousands of years. Known scientifically as Hydropotes inermis argyropus, the Korean water deer represents one of the two recognized subspecies of water deer. Although closely related to its Chinese counterpart, it possesses characteristics that reflect a long history of geographic separation and adaptation to local environmental conditions. To the casual observer, the differences may appear subtle. Both subspecies share the same general body shape, the same lack of antlers, and the same elongated canine tusks that have made the species famous. Both inhabit wetland-associated ecosystems and exhibit similar feeding habits, reproductive behaviors, and territorial tendencies. Yet evolution often works through small changes accumulated over many generations. Over time, populations separated by geography begin to diverge. Environmental conditions, climate, food availability, predators, and genetic drift all contribute to gradual differences. The Korean water deer provides a fascinating example of this process. Historically, the Korean peninsula offered an abundance of suitable habitat. Extensive river systems, floodplains, agricultural lowlands, and wetland complexes created ideal conditions for water deer populations. Unlike many large mammals that struggled to coexist with expanding human populations, water deer demonstrated remarkable adaptability. They learned to exploit a wide range of environments. Today, Korean water deer can be found not only in wetlands, but also in grasslands, forest edges, agricultural areas, river valleys, and even landscapes heavily influenced by human activity. This ecological flexibility has contributed significantly to their success. In fact, the Korean subspecies has experienced population growth in many areas where other large mammals have declined. Researchers studying wildlife populations on the peninsula frequently note the abundance of water deer. In some regions, they are among the most commonly observed medium-sized mammals. This success presents an interesting contrast to the conservation challenges faced by many other deer species around the world. The Korean landscape itself helps explain part of this story. Mountainous terrain dominates much of the peninsula. Forests cover large areas, while rivers and streams create corridors linking different habitats. Human settlements, agricultural fields, and transportation networks are interwoven throughout the environment. For many species, such fragmentation creates serious obstacles. Water deer, however, have proven surprisingly capable of navigating these altered landscapes. Their relatively small size allows them to utilize habitat patches that might be insufficient for larger animals. Their broad dietary preferences enable them to exploit diverse food resources. Their ability to move through dense vegetation and traverse difficult terrain further enhances their adaptability. As a result, they often persist where more specialized species struggle. Genetic studies have provided valuable insights into the relationship between Korean and Chinese water deer populations. Analyses indicate that the two subspecies share a common ancestry, but have remained separated long enough to develop distinct genetic characteristics. These differences are consistent with the geographic barriers that historically limited movement between populations. The Korean peninsula effectively functioned as a semi-isolated evolutionary arena. Over thousands of years, local adaptations accumulated. Researchers continue investigating the extent of these differences, examining everything from skull morphology and body proportions to genetic markers and behavioral traits. Such studies contribute not only to our understanding of water deer, but also to broader questions concerning evolution, population divergence, and speciation. One particularly interesting aspect of the Korean subspecies is its interaction with modern human society. As urban areas expanded and agricultural practices intensified, water deer increasingly encountered roads, railways, and developed landscapes. Rather than disappearing entirely, many populations adapted to these new conditions. Today, water deer are often observed near agricultural fields, where they feed on crops and natural vegetation. This adaptability brings both advantages and challenges. On one hand, it demonstrates the species' resilience. On the other hand, increased contact with humans can lead to conflicts. Vehicle collisions represent a significant source of mortality in some regions. Farmers occasionally view water deer as agricultural pests due to crop damage. Wildlife managers must therefore balance conservation objectives with practical concerns related to human activities. The Korean Demilitarized Zone, commonly known as the DMZ, provides another intriguing chapter in the story. Established after the Korean War, this heavily fortified border region unintentionally became one of the most important wildlife refuges on the peninsula. Human activity within large portions of the zone remains extremely limited. As a result, extensive habitats have persisted relatively undisturbed for decades. Numerous species, including water deer, have benefited from this unusual circumstance. The DMZ serves as a reminder that wildlife sometimes flourishes in places where human pressures are reduced, even under circumstances created by political conflict. Within these protected landscapes, water deer continue behaviors that have characterized the species for millennia. They establish territories. They communicate through scent marking. They forage among grasses and wetland plants. They raise young in concealed locations protected by vegetation. The rhythms of their lives remain tied to seasonal cycles that long predate modern civilization. Researchers monitoring populations have also noted the species' impressive reproductive capacity. Compared with many larger deer, water deer often produce relatively large litters. This reproductive strategy contributes to rapid population growth under favorable conditions. High reproductive output helps compensate for losses caused by predation, accidents, disease, and environmental fluctuations. In evolutionary terms, it represents another component of the species' successful survival strategy. The Korean water deer therefore occupies a unique position within the region's ecosystems. It is simultaneously ancient and modern. Its ancestry stretches deep into evolutionary history, preserving characteristics that connect it to early deer lineages. Yet it also demonstrates extraordinary adaptability to contemporary environments shaped by human activity. Few animals illustrate this balance so effectively. Whether moving through remote mountain valleys, feeding along riverbanks, or crossing agricultural landscapes under the cover of darkness, the Korean water deer continues to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Its story highlights the remarkable flexibility of life when evolutionary adaptations align with environmental opportunities. And nowhere is that flexibility more apparent than in the species' relationship with water itself. For while most deer can swim when necessary, the water deer has elevated this ability to an entirely different level. In the next chapter, we will explore one of the most surprising aspects of its biology, its exceptional swimming skills and its status as one of the true aquatic specialists within the deer family, masters of the water, swimming capabilities. As twilight settles over a quiet marsh, a water deer emerges from dense vegetation along the riverbank. The animal pauses briefly, ears turning toward distant sounds carried by the evening breeze. Then, without hesitation, it steps into the water. The surface ripples gently around its legs. A few moments later, the deer is swimming effortlessly across the channel, its head held high above the water while powerful limbs propel it forward with calm efficiency. For many observers, such behavior comes as a surprise. Although all deer possess at least some ability to swim, few are as comfortable in aquatic environments as the water deer. Throughout its native range, rivers, streams, ponds, marshes, floodplains, and wetlands form essential components of the landscape. Over countless generations, the species has developed a close association with water that influences nearly every aspect of its ecology. This relationship is so fundamental that it inspired the animal's common name. Yet the term water deer can sometimes be misleading. The species is not aquatic in the same sense as a beaver, otter, or hippopotamus. It does not spend the majority of its life in water. Instead, it occupies an intermediate position between terrestrial and aquatic environments, moving easily between the two worlds. This flexibility provides numerous advantages. In landscapes characterized by rivers and wetlands, swimming opens opportunities unavailable to less capable terrestrial mammals. Water barriers that restrict movement for some species become navigable pathways for water deer. Channels, flooded fields, marshes, and river crossings can be traversed with relative ease. As a result, individuals gain access to feeding areas, shelter sites, and territories that might otherwise remain isolated. The physical foundations of this ability begin with anatomy. Water deer possess compact, streamlined bodies well suited to movement through dense vegetation and aquatic habitats alike. Their relatively small size reduces energy expenditure during swimming, while their powerful hind limbs generate efficient propulsion. Unlike animals specifically adapted for aquatic life, water deer lack specialized swimming structures such as flippers or webbed feet. Nevertheless, their natural body design performs remarkably well in water. Swimming movements involve coordinated strokes of all four limbs. The hind legs provide much of the propulsion, while the forelimbs assist with steering and stability. The head remains elevated above the surface, allowing continuous breathing and environmental awareness. Observers often note how smoothly the animals move through water. There is little wasted motion. The deer progresses with a quiet efficiency that reflects generations of familiarity with aquatic environments. This skill becomes particularly important during seasonal flooding. Many wetland ecosystems experience dramatic fluctuations in water levels throughout the year. Heavy rains, snowmelt, and river overflows can transform entire landscapes within days. For species unable to cope with such changes, flooding may represent a major challenge. For water deer, however, it often constitutes a normal part of life. Individuals routinely navigate flooded habitats, moving between patches of higher ground while continuing to exploit food resources that remain accessible. Swimming therefore functions not merely as an emergency response but as an integral component of daily survival. The behavior also influences predator avoidance. Throughout evolutionary history, water deer have faced threats from a variety of carnivores. When danger approaches, the nearest escape route is not always through vegetation. Sometimes it is through water. A deer pursued along a riverbank may enter the water and swim towards safety. Dense aquatic vegetation, muddy channels, and open water can complicate pursuit, providing valuable opportunities for escape. Not all predators are equally effective swimmers. Even when predators can swim, the aquatic environment may reduce their advantage. This defensive value likely contributed to the evolutionary success of strong swimming abilities. Researchers studying movement patterns have documented impressive aquatic journeys. Water deer are capable of crossing substantial stretches of water when necessary. In some cases, individuals have been observed swimming between islands or traversing broad river channels. Such movements facilitate dispersal and population connectivity. Over long periods of time, the ability to cross water barriers may influence genetic exchange between populations, reducing isolation and promoting ecological resilience. One of the most fascinating examples comes from observations along coastal regions and river deltas. In these environments, water deer occasionally exploit habitats separated by significant aquatic obstacles. Their willingness to enter and cross water allows them to colonize areas that might remain inaccessible to less adaptable species. This capability may help explain the species' success in fragmented landscapes. Water that acts as a barrier for one animal can function as a corridor for another. The relationship between water deer and aquatic habitats extends beyond movement alone. Many preferred feeding areas occur near water. Wetland plants often exhibit rapid growth due to abundant moisture and nutrient-rich soils. Grasses, sedges, reeds, and various herbaceous plants provide valuable food resources throughout much of the year. By remaining close to these productive habitats, water deer gain access to reliable nutrition. Water also influences microclimate conditions. During hot summer months, wetlands often remain cooler and more humid than surrounding uplands. Dense vegetation provides shade, while nearby water bodies moderate temperature extremes. Such conditions can improve comfort and reduce physiological stress. Consequently, aquatic environments offer benefits extending far beyond simple hydration. The species' swimming abilities become even more impressive when considered alongside its broader behavioral repertoire. A water deer may spend part of the day feeding in grasslands, retreat to dense wetland cover for safety, cross a stream to reach a new territory, and later rest within reeds bordering a marsh. These transitions occur seamlessly. The animal treats water not as an obstacle, but as a normal feature of its environment. Young deer learn these skills early in life. Fawns born near wetlands gradually become familiar with aquatic habitats as they accompany their mothers through the landscape. Experience and instinct combine to produce confident swimmers capable of navigating complex environments. Like many behaviors in nature, swimming proficiency develops through a combination of inherited tendencies and individual learning. Scientists continue investigating the ecological significance of these capabilities. Questions remain regarding long-distance dispersal, habitat selection, and the role of aquatic movement in population dynamics. Modern tracking technologies provide new opportunities to study these patterns in unprecedented detail. Every new discovery reinforces the same conclusion. The water deer is not simply a deer that can swim. It is a deer whose entire ecological strategy has been shaped by proximity to water. Its movements, habitat preferences, predator avoidance strategies, and dispersal patterns all reflect this relationship. The wetlands of China and Korea are not merely places where water deer happen to live, they are environments that helped mold the species itself. As the moon rises above a quiet river and a solitary deer disappears into the reeds on the opposite bank, it becomes clear why generations of observers associated this animal with water. Few members of the deer family move through aquatic landscapes with such confidence. Few have embraced wetlands so completely. And few demonstrate so clearly how a species can become perfectly adapted to the rhythms of rivers, marshes, and floodplains. Yet even the finest swimmer must eventually return to shore. There, among grasses, reeds, leaves, and countless other plants, the water deer engages in another essential activity, feeding. For survival depends not only upon finding safe habitat, but also upon extracting sufficient energy from the landscape. And the dietary habits of the water deer reveal another fascinating chapter in its ecological story: diet, foraging, and nutritional ecology. As dawn breaks across the wetlands of eastern Asia, a water deer emerges cautiously from its nighttime shelter. The air is cool, and tiny droplets of moisture cling to the surrounding reeds. For a few moments, the animal stands motionless, scanning its surroundings for signs of danger. Then it lowers its head and begins to feed. This simple act, repeated countless times throughout the animal's life, forms the foundation of its existence. Every movement, every territorial dispute, every reproductive effort, and every journey through the landscape ultimately depends upon a continuous supply of energy derived from plants. Like all members of the deer family, the water deer is a herbivore. Yet the term herbivore encompasses a tremendous range of feeding strategies. Some animals specialize on a narrow selection of plants, while others consume an astonishing diversity of vegetation. The water deer belongs largely to the latter category. Its diet is remarkably flexible. This flexibility has played a crucial role in the species' success across a wide variety of habitats. Within its native wetlands, water deer consume an extensive assortment of grasses, sedges, reeds, aquatic plants, herbs, leaves, shoots, and young stems. Seasonal availability strongly influences food selection, causing diets to shift throughout the year. Spring often brings an abundance of fresh vegetation. Tender shoots emerge from the soil, rich in nutrients and easily digestible. For water deer recovering from the challenges of winter, these young plants provide valuable energy and protein. Females approaching the reproductive season benefit particularly from this nutritional abundance. The arrival of spring is therefore not merely a change in weather, it represents the beginning of a period of ecological opportunity. As temperatures continue to rise, plant growth accelerates. Wetlands become lush with vegetation, offering a broad menu of feeding options. Unlike grazing specialists that focus primarily on grasses, water deer exhibit characteristics of both grazers and browsers. A grazer feeds mainly on grasses. A browser consumes leaves, twigs, shrubs, and other woody vegetation. The water deer combines elements of both approaches. This versatility allows it to exploit whichever resources are most abundant or nutritious at a given time. Ecologists often describe such species as opportunistic feeders. Rather than relying upon a single food source, they adjust their behavior according to environmental conditions. This strategy provides resilience in unpredictable habitats. Wetlands, after all, are dynamic environments. Water levels fluctuate, plant communities change, flooding, drought, seasonal growth cycles, and human activity all influence the availability of food resources. An animal capable of dietary flexibility gains a significant advantage. The structure of the water deer's digestive system supports this adaptability. Like other deer, it is a ruminant. Ruminants possess a specialized multi-chambered stomach that allows efficient digestion of fibrous plant material. This remarkable system enables animals to extract nutrients from vegetation that many other mammals would find difficult to process. The feeding process occurs in stages. Initially, the deer consumes food relatively quickly. Plant material enters the stomach, where microbial communities begin breaking down complex carbohydrates. Later, during periods of rest, partially digested material is regurgitated as cud and chewed again. This second round of chewing further reduces particle size and improves digestive efficiency. The process may appear unhurried, but it represents one of nature's most sophisticated nutritional systems. Without it, herbivorous mammals would struggle to obtain sufficient energy from plant-based diets. The microorganisms inhabiting the digestive tract are equally important. Billions of bacteria, protozoa, and other microbes assist in breaking down cellulose and other difficult-to-digest compounds. The relationship is mutually beneficial. The microbes receive a stable environment and food source. The deer gains access to nutrients that would otherwise remain unavailable. This partnership illustrates the complexity of ecological interactions occurring even within a single animal. Foraging behavior itself reflects a careful balance between nutrition and safety. Water deer cannot simply feed wherever food is most abundant. They must constantly consider the risk of predation. Open areas may contain excellent forage but expose the animal to danger. Dense vegetation offers protection but may contain lower quality food. Consequently, feeding decisions involve trade-offs. Researchers studying herbivores often describe this challenge as the balance between energy acquisition and risk avoidance. Water deer navigate this balance with remarkable skill. They frequently feed near cover, allowing rapid escape if threatened. During periods of increased danger, they may sacrifice access to the most nutritious food in favor of safer locations. Such decisions can influence survival and reproductive success. Feeding activity also varies throughout the day. Water deer are often most active during dawn and dusk, a behavioral pattern known as crepuscular activity. These periods offer several advantages. Temperatures tend to be moderate. Light levels reduce visibility for predators. Human disturbance is often lower than during daytime hours. As a result, many feeding bouts occur during these transitional periods between night and day. However, behavior remains flexible. In areas with limited disturbance, feeding may occur throughout the day. In heavily populated regions, nocturnal activity sometimes becomes more common. The species demonstrates an impressive capacity to adjust its schedule according to local conditions. Agricultural landscapes provide additional feeding opportunities. As human development expanded across portions of the water deer's range, many populations encountered crops, irrigation systems, and managed vegetation. The nutritional quality of some agricultural plants can be extremely attractive. Rice, young cereals, vegetables, and other cultivated species occasionally become part of the deer's diet. This adaptability contributes to survival, but may also create conflicts with farmers. From the perspective of the deer, a cultivated field represents a concentrated source of high-quality food. From the perspective of agriculture, feeding wildlife may represent economic loss. Such interactions highlight the complex relationship between wildlife and human land use. Seasonal nutritional challenges remain significant despite the species' adaptability. Winter presents the greatest difficulties. Plant growth slows dramatically. Many preferred food sources become unavailable. Nutritional quality declines as vegetation matures and dies back. During this period, water deer often expand their dietary range, consuming whatever suitable plant material remains accessible. Energy conservation becomes increasingly important. Animals may reduce movement, select sheltered habitats, and alter feeding schedules to maximize efficiency. Survival during winter depends upon both physiological adaptations and behavioral flexibility. The ability to exploit diverse food resources significantly improves the chances of enduring harsh conditions. Nutritional ecology also influences reproduction. Females require substantial resources to support pregnancy and milk production. Young animals need adequate nutrition to achieve healthy growth. Males invest energy in territorial defense, competition, and the development of secondary sexual characteristics, such as their elongated tusks. Food availability therefore affects every stage of the life cycle. In years of abundant vegetation, reproductive success may increase. During periods of scarcity, survival and breeding outcomes can decline. Thus, the health of individual animals is intimately connected to the productivity of the ecosystems they inhabit. Every blade of grass, every tender shoot, and every wetland plant contributes to a vast network of ecological relationships. The water deer is both a participant in and a product of that network. Its feeding behavior shapes vegetation patterns. Its nutritional choices influence movement and habitat use. Its survival depends upon the continuous flow of energy through the landscape. As evening approaches and the deer once again lowers its head to feed among the reeds, it performs an activity as ancient as the species itself. Generation after generation, water deer have transformed sunlight captured by plants into the energy needed for life. It is a quiet process, easily overlooked, yet it underpins every aspect of their existence. And while feeding sustains the body, survival within the social world of water deer requires something more. For beyond the search for food lies a landscape divided by invisible boundaries. marked not by fences or walls, but by scent. In the next chapter, we will explore the surprisingly solitary lives of water deer and the sophisticated territorial systems that govern their daily interactions. Solitary lives, territoriality, and scent marking. As darkness settles over the wetlands and the last birds of the evening fall silent, a male water deer moves carefully along a narrow path through the reeds. To a human observer, the landscape appears empty and undivided. There are no visible borders, no fences, no signs indicating ownership, yet the deer is traveling through a world of invisible boundaries. Every step carries information. Every patch of vegetation may contain chemical messages left by another animal. Every scent drifting through the night air contributes to a complex communication network that governs the social lives of water deer. Unlike many deer species that form herds or seasonal groups, water deer are largely solitary animals. Most of the time, individuals live alone, they feed alone, rest alone, and move through their habitats without the constant companionship seen in species such as red deer, fallow deer, or reindeer. This solitary lifestyle represents one of the most distinctive aspects of their behavior. To understand why, it is necessary to consider the environments in which they evolved. Dense wetlands, reed beds, river margins, and thick vegetation often provide food resources that are widely dispersed rather than concentrated in large open areas. Under such conditions, forming large groups may offer limited advantages. Instead, individuals can often meet their needs more efficiently by maintaining separate territories. The result is a social system centered on space rather than group membership. Each animal occupies a home range, an area within which it conducts most of its daily activities. These home ranges may overlap to some degree, particularly between males and females, but territorial boundaries remain important. For males especially, territory represents a valuable resource. A territory contains food, it contains shelter. Most importantly, it may provide access to females during the breeding season. Because of this, territorial ownership becomes a matter of reproductive success. Natural selection has therefore favored behaviors that allow individuals to establish, defend, and communicate territorial claims. The most important of these behaviors involves scent marking. Humans experience the world primarily through vision. For many mammals, however, smell provides an equally rich and detailed source of information. The environment surrounding a water deer is filled with chemical signals invisible to us but highly meaningful to other members of the species. Through scent, an individual can learn who has been present when they passed through the area, whether they are male or female, their reproductive condition, and potentially even aspects of their health and social status. This extraordinary communication system relies upon specialized scent-producing glands. Water deer possess several such glands located on different parts of the body. One important set occurs near the eyes. Known as preorbital glands, these structures produce secretions rich in chemical compounds. When marking territory, a deer may rub its face against vegetation, depositing scent onto branches, stems, or other surfaces. The behavior may appear simple, but the information conveyed is remarkably sophisticated. Additional scent sources include glands associated with the feet and other regions of the body. Urine and feces also contribute to territorial communication. Together, these various signals create a constantly updated chemical map of the landscape. To a water deer moving through its habitat, this map is as informative as written signs might be to a human traveler. A territorial male regularly patrols his area, renewing scent marks and monitoring those left by potential rivals. The process requires continuous maintenance. Chemical signals gradually fade due to weather, sunlight, rainfall, and environmental conditions. Consequently, scent marking is not a one-time event, but an ongoing activity. The persistence of territorial boundaries depends upon repeated reinforcement. Researchers observing water deer often describe specific pathways used during these patrols. Individuals frequently travel along familiar routes connecting feeding sites, resting areas, and territorial boundaries. As they move, they investigate scent marks left by others and deposit new ones of their own. This routine creates a dynamic communication network spanning the landscape. Remarkably, many territorial disputes are resolved without direct confrontation. A rival entering an occupied territory may detect fresh scent marks and conclude that the area is already defended by a resident male. Rather than risking injury through combat, the intruder may simply leave. In this way, scent marking functions as a preventive mechanism. It reduces the frequency of physical conflict while still allowing individuals to maintain exclusive access to important resources. Such systems are common throughout the animal kingdom because they provide benefits to all participants. Fighting is dangerous. Even minor injuries can reduce mobility, increase vulnerability to predators, and diminish reproductive opportunities. Communication allows competition to occur with fewer risks. Of course, not all disputes end peacefully. When two males possess similar competitive abilities, scent signals alone may be insufficient. In such cases, visual displays and physical confrontations may follow. Yet even these encounters often begin with chemical communication. The scents left throughout the territory provide the first indication that a challenge may be approaching. Females participate in this olfactory world as well. Their scent signals communicate reproductive status and influence male behavior, particularly during the breeding season. Males become highly attentive to these cues, adjusting their movements and territorial activities accordingly. Thus, scent marking serves both territorial and reproductive functions. The solitary nature of water deer does not mean they are socially isolated. On the contrary, they remain connected through a sophisticated network of chemical communication. Individuals may rarely spend extended periods together, yet they constantly exchange information through scent. This form of indirect interaction shapes behavior across entire populations. Environmental conditions influence territorial behavior significantly. In habitats with abundant resources, territories may be smaller because animals need less space to meet their needs. Where resources are scarce, territories often expand. Population density also plays a role. Areas supporting many water deer may contain a mosaic of adjacent territories, creating a complex social landscape defined by overlapping scent boundaries. Human activity can affect these systems as well. Habitat fragmentation, roads, urban development, and agricultural expansion alter movement patterns and territorial organization. Nevertheless, water deer often display remarkable adaptability, adjusting territorial behavior to changing environmental circumstances. This flexibility contributes to their success across a variety of landscapes. The study of scent marking has revealed fascinating details about animal cognition. Water deer do not merely deposit scents indiscriminately. They appear capable of recognizing individual differences among scent signals and modifying their behavior based on the information received. Such abilities require sophisticated sensory processing and memory. Every scent mark represents both a message and a record. It communicates current intentions while preserving information about past activity. Through these chemical archives, water deer maintain awareness of neighbors, competitors, and potential mates. As midnight approaches and the territorial male continues his patrol, he pauses beside a cluster of reeds. A brief rub of the face against the stems leaves behind an invisible signature. Within moments, he moves on. To human eyes, nothing has changed. Yet for another water deer passing through tomorrow or next week, the message will be unmistakable. This territory is occupied, its owner is present, and any challenge will be met accordingly. These invisible boundaries define much of the species' social world, but when scent warnings fail and rivals refuse to retreat, communication gives way to confrontation. Then the famous tusks of the water deer assume their most important role. For the next chapter takes us into the ritualized battles through which males defend territory, establish dominance, and compete for reproductive success. Ritualistic combat, how tusks are used. In the quiet world of the water deer, conflict is rarely sudden. Long before two rivals make physical contact, a sequence of signals unfolds. Scent marks are detected, boundaries are crossed, warnings are exchanged through posture, movement, and observation. Each animal gathers information about the other. Only when neither individual chooses to retreat does the possibility of combat emerge. To human observers, the elongated tusks of the water deer often appear fearsome. Their resemblance to the fangs of a predator has inspired dramatic nicknames and countless misconceptions. Yet the true role of these remarkable teeth is not one of indiscriminate aggression. Rather, they are instruments within a highly structured system of ritualized competition. Understanding this distinction is essential. In nature, the purpose of combat is usually not to kill an opponent. Instead, it is to establish dominance, secure territory, gain access to resources, and improve reproductive opportunities. A dead rival cannot continue competing, but a serious fight also places the victor at risk. Injury carries costs. An injured animal may struggle to feed, evade predators, or attract mates. Even minor wounds can become dangerous if infection develops or mobility declines. As a result, natural selection often favors behaviors that allow conflicts to be resolved with minimal harm. The water deer exemplifies this principle remarkably well. When a territorial male encounters a rival, the interaction often begins with assessment rather than immediate violence. Each animal studies the other. Body size, posture, confidence, and the apparent size of the tusks all provide valuable information. The competitors may move slowly around one another, maintaining careful awareness of distance and position. At this stage, the encounter resembles a negotiation more than a battle. The goal is to determine whether combat is necessary. Frequently, one individual decides that the potential costs outweigh the possible benefits and withdraws. When this occurs, the territorial dispute ends without physical contact. Such outcomes are common because they benefit both animals. No energy is wasted. No injuries occur. The social hierarchy is clarified. However, some rivals are evenly matched. In these situations, neither animal may be willing to concede. The confrontation then progresses to more explicit displays. A male may lower his head slightly, exposing the tusks more clearly. Facial muscles tighten, the body becomes tense and alert. The animal may advance cautiously, testing the resolve of its opponent. Every movement communicates information. The visual impact of the tusks is especially important. Their appearance alone can influence the outcome of a contest. Larger tusks often signal maturity, experience, and competitive ability. Younger males frequently avoid direct confrontations with older, more heavily armed rivals. This relationship between appearance and behavior illustrates one of the key functions of secondary sexual characteristics throughout the animal kingdom. A weapon need not be used constantly to be effective. Sometimes its mere presence alters the decisions of competitors. Yet, when neither display nor intimidation succeeds, physical combat may occur. Unlike antler-bearing deer that often engage in prolonged wrestling matches, water deer employ a different strategy. Their encounters tend to be shorter, faster, and more precise. The elongated canines function as slashing weapons. Opponents maneuver carefully, seeking advantageous positions while attempting to avoid direct strikes. Movements are rapid and controlled. Brief lunges may be followed by sudden retreats. The animals remain highly alert, constantly adjusting their position relative to one another. Observers have described these encounters as surprisingly disciplined. Although injuries can occur, the combat is generally far less chaotic than popular imagination might suggest. The objective is not reckless violence. The objective is dominance. A successful strike, a demonstration of superior confidence, or a sustained display of aggression may be sufficient to convince the opponent to retreat. Once one individual withdraws, the encounter usually ends. Pursuit is often limited. The territorial owner has achieved its goal, and further conflict would only introduce unnecessary risks. This pattern reflects the evolutionary logic underlying ritualized combat. Natural selection favors systems that establish social relationships efficiently. Over millions of years, behaviors that reduced the likelihood of catastrophic injury became increasingly common because they improved long-term survival and reproductive success. The water deer's combat behavior therefore represents a balance between competition and restraint. The anatomy of the tusks contributes significantly to this balance. As discussed previously, the teeth are long enough to serve as effective weapons, but not so large as to interfere with normal activities. Their controlled mobility allows males to display them prominently during confrontations while reducing risks during everyday life. The surrounding musculature provides precision and control. This precision is important. An uncontrolled weapon can be dangerous to its owner as well as to opponents. Evolution has therefore refined not only the physical structure of the tusks, but also the behavioral systems governing their use. Age plays an important role in these contests. Older males generally possess larger tusks and greater experience. Through repeated encounters, they learn how to assess rivals, interpret signals, and manage confrontations efficiently. Experience can sometimes be as valuable as physical strength. A seasoned territorial male often resolves disputes through confidence and display alone, avoiding unnecessary combat whenever possible. Younger males face a different challenge. As they mature, they gradually begin testing established territorial boundaries. These exploratory behaviors provide opportunities to gain experience and eventually secure territories of their own. Not every challenge succeeds. Many young males are driven away repeatedly before acquiring sufficient size, skill, and confidence to compete effectively. This process forms an important part of the species' social structure. Through countless individual interactions, territories are established, maintained, and occasionally transferred from one generation to the next. Environmental conditions also influence combat frequency. During periods when resources are abundant, competition may be less intense because suitable habitat is widely available. As resources become limited, however, territorial disputes can increase. The breeding season represents the period of greatest competition. At this time, access to females becomes a critical determinant of reproductive success. Males invest more heavily in territorial defense and become increasingly intolerant of rivals. The famous tusks assume their greatest importance during these months. Yet even then, the majority of conflicts continue to follow the same sequence: assessment, display, warning, and only then, if necessary, physical engagement. Researchers studying water deer behavior often emphasize how effectively this system functions. Despite possessing potentially dangerous weapons, the animals rarely inflict severe injuries upon one another. Most disputes are resolved long before reaching that point. The tusks therefore serve not merely as tools of combat, but as instruments of communication. They convey information about strength, maturity, and determination. They help structure social relationships. They reduce uncertainty during competitive encounters. In many ways, they are as much symbols as weapons. As the first light of dawn begins to illuminate the wetlands, two rival males stand facing one another among the reeds. For several moments, neither moves. The air is still. The tension is palpable. Then one animal turns and disappears into the vegetation. The other remains. No battle occurred. No blood was shed. Yet the contest has been decided. The territory remains defended. The social order remains intact. And the ancient ritual continues, just as it has for countless generations. But physical displays are only one component of communication in the world of the water deer. Beyond scent marks and territorial confrontations lies another fascinating system of interaction, one involving sounds, calls, and subtle signals that travel through the wetlands long after the animals themselves have vanished from sight. In the next chapter, we will explore the vocalizations and communication methods that help water deer navigate their complex social lives. Vocalizations and communication signals. As evening descends over a marshland in Eastern Asia, the landscape gradually transforms. Daytime sounds begin to fade, birds settle into sheltered vegetation, insects emerge to dominate the acoustic environment. A gentle breeze moves through the reeds, producing a soft rustling that seems almost timeless. To human ears, the wetland may appear quiet. Yet beneath this apparent silence, a complex world of communication continues to unfold. For the water deer, survival depends not only upon physical adaptations and territorial behavior, but also upon the ability to exchange information with other members of the species. While scent marking forms the foundation of much of their social communication, Sound and body language also play important roles. Indeed, the communication systems of water deer are far richer than many people realize. Most deer are not highly vocal animals when compared with wolves, primates, or many bird species. Nevertheless, vocal communication remains an important tool in specific situations. Water deer are no exception. Although they spend much of their lives alone, they must still interact with rivals, potential mates, offspring, and occasionally threats. Different circumstances require different forms of communication. Over millions of years, natural selection has shaped a collection of signals capable of conveying information efficiently while minimizing unnecessary attention from predators. One of the most commonly observed vocalizations is the alarm call. When a water deer detects a potential threat, it may produce a sharp barking sound. This vocalization can be surprisingly loud relative to the animal's size. To an observer unfamiliar with the species, the sound may seem unexpected. It does not resemble the call of a typical deer. Instead, it is often compared to the bark of a small dog. The purpose of this alarm call is multifaceted. First, it may startle a predator or alert it that it has been detected. Many predators depend upon surprise. Once their presence is known, the likelihood of a successful attack often decreases. Second, the call may communicate danger to nearby deer. Although water deer are generally solitary, neighboring individuals can still benefit from information about potential threats. A single vocalization may therefore influence the behavior of multiple animals within the surrounding area. Researchers have documented alarm barking in response to various disturbances, including predators, human presence, and unfamiliar environmental stimuli. The exact characteristics of the call can vary depending upon the level of perceived danger and the context in which it occurs. In some cases, a single bark is sufficient. In others, a sequence of repeated calls may follow. The resulting sound carries effectively through dense vegetation, making it particularly useful in habitats where visibility is limited. Wetlands, reed beds, and riverine thickets often restrict visual communication. Sound can travel where sight cannot. This ecological reality helps explain why alarm vocalizations remain valuable despite the species' generally quiet nature. Communication between mothers and offspring provides another important context for vocal behavior. Young fawns are born into a world filled with potential dangers. During the earliest stages of life, they spend considerable time hidden within vegetation while their mothers forage nearby. Maintaining contact without attracting predators requires careful communication. Soft vocalizations exchanged between mother and offspring help facilitate this process. These calls are typically subtle and far less conspicuous than alarm barks. Their primary function is coordination rather than warning. The need for discretion is obvious. Predators capable of locating vulnerable fawns may exploit any signal revealing their position. Consequently, communication between mothers and young often emphasizes quiet, close-range interactions. The breeding season introduces an entirely different set of communication challenges. At this time, males become increasingly attentive to the presence of females and rival competitors. Vocal signals may accompany territorial displays, scent marking activities, and encounters between individuals. Although scent remains the dominant communication channel, sounds can reinforce information already conveyed through chemical signals and body language. A vocalization delivered during a territorial encounter may emphasize determination or aggression. It becomes one component within a broader communication package involving posture, movement, facial expressions, and tusk displays. Body language itself deserves particular attention. Many important messages are transmitted without sound. The position of the head, orientation of the ears, movement of the tail, and overall posture all communicate information. A relaxed animal presents a very different appearance from one that feels threatened or aggressive. Experienced individuals interpret these signals quickly and accurately. For example, a territorial male confronting an intruder may lower his head slightly, expose his tusks more prominently, and adopt a tense posture. Long before physical combat becomes necessary, These visual cues provide valuable information regarding intent. Similarly, a deer that detects danger may freeze motionless. This sudden stillness communicates alertness while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of detection by predators. Communication through posture is widespread throughout the animal kingdom because it is efficient and often difficult for predators to intercept. The ears play an especially expressive role. Water deer possess highly mobile ears capable of rotating independently. Beyond their obvious function in sound detection, ear position can provide subtle information about attention, emotional state, and environmental awareness. Animals observing one another may glean useful insights simply by monitoring where another individual's ears are directed. This ability contributes to collective awareness within local populations. Even species that spend much of their lives alone can benefit from interpreting the behavior of neighbors. Environmental conditions influence communication strategies significantly. Dense vegetation often favors chemical and acoustic signals over visual displays. Open habitats may permit greater reliance on posture and movement. The water deer's communication systems reflect the specific characteristics of the environments in which the species evolved. Wetlands reward flexibility. Visibility changes constantly. Sound transmission varies according to vegetation density and weather conditions. Scent dispersal depends upon wind, humidity, and temperature. No single communication channel remains effective under all circumstances. Consequently, water deer employ a multimodal approach. They combine scent, sound, posture, and movement into an integrated communication network. Each channel reinforces the others. Together, they create a sophisticated system capable of transmitting information across complex environments. Scientists continue studying these behaviors using modern technologies. Audio recording equipment, motion-sensitive cameras, GPS tracking devices, and behavioral observations have revealed details previously impossible to document. New discoveries continue expanding our understanding of how water deer interact with one another. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of their communication is its efficiency. The species manages to maintain territorial boundaries, coordinate reproductive behavior, warn of danger, and care for offspring without relying upon large social groups or constant interaction. Communication occurs when necessary and remains discreet when silence offers greater advantages. As darkness deepens and a distant bark echoes across the marsh, another invisible message enters the wetlands information network. Somewhere nearby, a deer has detected something unusual. Other animals listen, some become more alert. Others pause briefly before resuming their activities. The message has been received. Such moments illustrate the hidden complexity of life within these landscapes. To human observers, the wetlands may appear calm and quiet. But beneath that tranquility lies a continuous exchange of information, guiding behavior and shaping survival. And nowhere does communication become more important than during the breeding season, when territories, competition, courtship, and reproduction converge. In the next chapter, we will enter the most consequential period in the annual life cycle of the water deer, the mating season, and explore the courtship rituals that determine the next generation. The mating season, courtship rituals. As autumn gradually settles across the wetlands and river valleys of eastern Asia, subtle changes begin to unfold within the lives of water deer. The days grow shorter, temperatures become cooler, vegetation starts its slow transition toward winter. To many animals, these seasonal shifts signal the approach of more challenging months. For water deer, however, they also mark the arrival of one of the most important periods of the year. The breeding season has begun. Throughout much of the year, water deer lead relatively solitary lives. Males patrol territories, females focus on feeding and survival, and interactions between adults remain limited. Yet during the mating season, these patterns begin to change. Biological priorities shift. The drive to reproduce becomes one of the dominant forces shaping behavior. Across the animal kingdom, reproduction is the ultimate measure of evolutionary success. Every adaptation, every survival strategy, and every behavioral trait ultimately serves one fundamental purpose: passing genes to the next generation. The mating season is therefore the culmination of countless evolutionary pressures. It is the period during which reproductive opportunities are won, lost, and transformed into future generations. For male water deer, preparation begins long before actual mating occurs. Territories become increasingly important. Areas that may have functioned primarily as feeding grounds during other seasons now acquire additional significance. A well-maintained territory can attract females and discourage rival males. Consequently, territorial behavior intensifies. Males patrol more frequently. Scent marking activity increases. Boundary disputes become more common. The invisible network of chemical communication that defines the species' social structure grows even more active. Every scent mark conveys information. It announces presence. It communicates status. It warns competitors, and it potentially advertises reproductive capability to females moving through the landscape. The elongated tusks of males also assume greater importance during this period. Although combat remains relatively uncommon, the possibility of competition rises substantially. Rivals assessing one another pay close attention to physical condition, confidence, and weapon size. A male's appearance may influence the outcome of interactions long before physical confrontation becomes necessary. This is one of the key principles of sexual selection. Traits that improve reproductive success tend to become increasingly prominent over evolutionary time. The water deer's tusks exemplify this process beautifully. They function both as weapons and as visual signals. Their presence influences the behavior of competitors and potential mates alike. Females enter the breeding season with their own physiological changes. Hormonal cycles regulate reproductive readiness, creating relatively brief periods during which conception is possible. During these windows, communication between males and females becomes especially important. Scent plays a central role. Chemical signals provide information regarding reproductive status, allowing males to identify females approaching estrus. The sensitivity of the water deer's olfactory system enables detection of these subtle cues, even within complex environments. Researchers studying deer behavior frequently emphasize the importance of scent during courtship. While human perceptions of attraction often focus heavily on visual characteristics, many mammals rely primarily upon chemical information. For water deer, smell provides critical insight into reproductive timing, individual identity, and biological compatibility. When a male encounters a receptive female, courtship behaviors begin to emerge. Unlike species known for elaborate displays involving dances, vocal performances, or dramatic physical ornamentation, water deer courtship is relatively understated, yet it remains highly structured. The male typically follows the female closely, monitoring her movements and responses. This behavior allows him to assess her reproductive condition while demonstrating continued interest. The female retains significant influence over the interaction. Her responses help determine whether courtship progresses or ends. If she is not receptive, she may avoid the male, move away, or otherwise discourage further attention. If receptivity exists, however, the interaction gradually intensifies. Much of the communication occurs through behavior rather than sound. Body posture, movement patterns, proximity, and scent investigation all contribute to the courtship process. The participants exchange information continuously. Each response influences subsequent actions. This gradual progression helps ensure that mating occurs under appropriate biological conditions. Such coordination is essential because reproductive opportunities are limited. Successful timing increases the likelihood of conception and ultimately improves reproductive success. Competition among males remains an important background factor throughout this process. A territorial male may attempt to exclude rivals from areas occupied by receptive females. Intrusions become more consequential than during other seasons because they directly affect reproductive opportunities. Consequently, territorial defense reaches peak intensity. Nevertheless, even during the breeding season, most conflicts continue to follow the familiar pattern of assessment, display, and warning. serious physical confrontations remain relatively uncommon. Natural selection continues to favor strategies that maximize reproductive success while minimizing unnecessary risk. An injured male, after all, may lose far more reproductive opportunities than he gains through a single victory. The timing of the breeding season itself reflects environmental conditions. In temperate regions, reproductive cycles often evolve to ensure that offspring are born during periods of favorable resource availability. For water deer, mating in autumn allows gestation to proceed through winter, leading to births during spring and early summer. This timing offers substantial advantages. Vegetation is abundant, temperatures are generally moderate, shelter is readily available, nutritional resources support both lactating females and rapidly growing young. The synchronization between reproduction and environmental productivity represents one of nature's most elegant patterns. Generation after generation, natural selection has refined reproductive timing to maximize offspring survival. The success of this strategy becomes evident when observing newborn fawns emerging into landscapes rich with food and protective vegetation. Courtship, therefore, serves as the gateway to the next stage of the life cycle. Every scent mark deposited during autumn, every territorial patrol, every display of tusks, every cautious interaction between male and female, all contribute to a process that has repeated itself for thousands of years. The wetlands may appear tranquil from a distance, but beneath that calm surface unfolds a season of intense biological significance. Lives are being shaped, future generations are being determined, the evolutionary legacy of the species is being carried forward. As autumn gradually gives way to winter, many of the visible signs of the breeding season begin to fade. Territorial disputes become less frequent. Courtship interactions conclude. The landscape grows quieter once again. Yet within the body of a successful female, an extraordinary process has already begun. New life is developing. The next chapter of the water deer story now moves from courtship to motherhood, as we explore gestation and the birth of one of the most remarkable fawns in the deer family, gestation and the birth of fawns. As winter settles across the wetlands of eastern Asia, much of the visible activity associated with the breeding season gradually disappears. Territorial disputes become less frequent. Courtship encounters come to an end. The marshes grow quieter beneath cold winds and shorter days. Yet beneath this apparent calm, one of the most important stages in the life cycle of the water deer is already underway. Within the bodies of pregnant females, a new generation is beginning to develop. For countless generations, the survival of the species has depended upon the success of this process. Every adult water deer alive today began as a tiny embryo protected within its mother's body, nourished by complex biological systems refined through millions of years of evolution. Gestation represents the bridge between reproduction and birth. It is a period of remarkable transformation. During this time, a single fertilized cell gradually develops into a fully formed fawn capable of surviving in a world filled with both opportunities and dangers. The gestation period of the water deer typically lasts around 6 to 7 months, although slight variations can occur depending on individual and environmental factors. This timing reflects a carefully balanced evolutionary strategy. If gestation were significantly shorter, offspring might be born underdeveloped and vulnerable. If it were much longer, females would face greater energetic demands and reduced reproductive flexibility. Natural selection has shaped a schedule that maximizes the chances of successful development while aligning birth with favorable seasonal conditions. Throughout pregnancy, the female's body undergoes extensive physiological changes. Nutrients obtained through feeding are increasingly directed toward fetal growth. Energy requirements rise. Hormonal systems coordinate countless developmental processes. Although these changes are largely invisible from the outside, they represent one of nature's most intricate biological achievements. Every organ system of the developing fawn must form correctly. Bones begin to grow, muscles develop, sensory organs take shape. The nervous system expands in complexity. The heart starts beating long before birth, supporting the circulation necessary for continued growth. All of this occurs within the protected environment of the womb. Meanwhile, the pregnant female continues navigating the challenges of daily life. She must obtain sufficient nutrition, avoid predators, maintain her health, and cope with changing environmental conditions. Winter can be particularly demanding. Food quality often declines as vegetation becomes less abundant. Cold temperatures increase energetic costs. Shelter becomes increasingly important. The female's ability to survive these challenges directly influences the survival prospects of her unborn offspring. This connection highlights an important principle in ecology. The success of reproduction depends not only on the offspring themselves, but also on the condition of the mother. A healthy female generally produces healthier young. Consequently, natural selection favors behaviors that allow pregnant females to conserve energy and minimize risk. As winter gradually yields to spring, environmental conditions begin to improve. Days lengthen, temperatures rise, fresh vegetation emerges across the landscape. For pregnant water deer, this seasonal transition arrives at precisely the right moment. The timing is no coincidence. Births typically occur when food resources become increasingly abundant and environmental conditions are more favorable for young animals. This synchronization between reproduction and seasonal productivity is one of the most important adaptations in the species' life history. The approaching birth prompts additional behavioral changes. Pregnant females become increasingly selective regarding habitat use. Safety becomes a dominant consideration. Suitable birth sites must provide concealment, protection, and access to nearby food resources. Dense vegetation often serves this purpose effectively. Tall grasses, reed beds, and thick ground cover offer shelter from both predators and environmental exposure. Within these hidden locations, the final stages of pregnancy unfold. Eventually, after months of development, labor begins. The birth of a water deer fawn is a relatively rapid process compared with the long period of gestation that precedes it. Unlike many larger mammals, water deer frequently produce multiple offspring. Twin births are common, triplets are not unusual. In some cases, females may even give birth to 4 or more fawns. This reproductive capacity is one of the most remarkable aspects of the species' biology. Most deer species produce 1 or 2 offspring at a time. Water deer often exceed this number substantially. From an evolutionary perspective, this strategy offers important advantages. Young animals face numerous risks during their first months of life. Predation, disease, accidents, environmental stress, and nutritional challenges all contribute to mortality. Producing larger litters increases the probability that at least some offspring will survive to adulthood. The newborn fawns themselves are extraordinary creatures. At birth, they are small, vulnerable, and entirely dependent upon maternal care. Yet they arrive equipped with several adaptations that enhance their chances of survival. Perhaps the most important is camouflage. The coat of a newborn fawn often blends remarkably well with surrounding vegetation. Its coloration helps conceal it from predators during the critical early weeks of life. Behavior contributes as well. Unlike adults, which rely heavily upon movement and escape, young fawns frequently depend upon immobility. When danger approaches, a hidden fawn may remain perfectly still. This strategy can be surprisingly effective. Many predators detect prey through movement. By remaining motionless, the fawn reduces the likelihood of being discovered. During the first days after birth, the mother typically leaves her offspring hidden for extended periods while she forages nearby. To human observers, this behavior may appear neglectful. In reality, it is a highly effective survival strategy. Continuous maternal presence could attract predators to the fawn's location. By remaining apart for much of the day, the female reduces this risk. Nevertheless, the bond between mother and offspring remains strong. Regular visits allow nursing, grooming, and communication. Milk provides all necessary nutrition during the earliest stages of development. Rich in energy and essential nutrients, it supports rapid growth. The pace of development is impressive. Within a relatively short time, fawns become increasingly mobile. Their muscles strengthen, coordination improves, awareness of the environment expands. What begins as a helpless newborn gradually transforms into a capable young deer. This developmental process unfolds against the backdrop of spring and early summer. Vegetation grows rapidly, food becomes abundant, wetland habitats provide shelter and opportunity. The timing could hardly be better. Every aspect of the reproductive cycle appears coordinated with seasonal ecological conditions. Such coordination reflects the power of natural selection operating across countless generations. Individuals whose reproductive timing aligned successfully with environmental productivity left more surviving offspring. Over time, those advantageous patterns became deeply embedded within the species' biology. The result is a reproductive strategy remarkably well suited to life in dynamic wetland ecosystems. As the weeks pass, young fawns begin accompanying their mothers more frequently. The hidden phase gradually ends. Exploration increases. The process of learning about the world has begun, yet survival remains far from guaranteed. The first year of life is often the most dangerous period a water deer will ever experience. Predators remain a threat. Disease can strike unexpectedly. Accidents and environmental challenges continue to test every young animal. Many fawns will not reach adulthood. Understanding these realities brings us to the next chapter of the water deer's story, a chapter focused on survival itself and on the many factors that determine who lives long enough to become part of the next generation. Survival and mortality in the wild. As the first light of dawn spreads across a wetland valley, a young water deer steps cautiously from a patch of reeds. The world around it is filled with opportunity. Fresh vegetation is abundant. The air is cool. The landscape seems peaceful. Yet hidden within that peaceful landscape are countless challenges. For every water deer born into the world, survival is never guaranteed. Life in the wild is a continuous negotiation between opportunity and risk, abundance and scarcity, adaptation and chance. The story of the water deer is not merely a story of successful evolution, it is also a story of constant struggle against the forces that threaten survival. From the moment a fawn is born, natural selection begins its work. The earliest weeks of life are often the most dangerous. Young fawns possess many advantages. Their camouflage helps them blend into vegetation. Their tendency to remain motionless reduces detection by predators. Maternal care provides nourishment and protection. Even so, vulnerability remains high. A hidden fawn may escape notice from dozens of predators, only to be discovered by one. Weather conditions can also influence survival. Extended periods of cold rain may weaken young animals. Flooding can destroy hiding sites. Disease and parasites present additional challenges. Many fawns do not survive their first year. Although this reality may seem harsh, it is a common feature of life in natural ecosystems. Species that produce multiple offspring often experience relatively high juvenile mortality. The water deer exemplifies this strategy. By producing larger litters than many other deer species, females increase the probability that at least some offspring will reach adulthood. Predation has historically been one of the most significant causes of mortality. Throughout much of their evolutionary history, water deer shared their habitats with an assortment of carnivorous animals. Wolves, leopards, wild dogs, foxes, and other predators all represented potential threats. The specific predator community varied across regions and time periods, but the general challenge remained constant. A herbivore living in open ecosystems must always remain vigilant. The water deer's sensory systems evolved under these conditions. Large eyes help detect movement. Mobile ears capture faint sounds. A highly developed sense of smell provides additional warning of danger. Together, these adaptations create a sophisticated early warning network. Yet detection alone is not enough. When a threat is identified, rapid decision-making becomes essential. Should the animal remain motionless? Should it retreat quietly into dense vegetation? Should it flee immediately? The correct response depends upon numerous factors, including the type of predator, distance, habitat structure, and environmental conditions. Experience often improves these decisions. Older individuals generally become more effective at recognizing danger and selecting appropriate responses. This is one reason why survival rates frequently increase after the first year of life. A deer that successfully navigates the challenges of youth accumulates valuable knowledge about its environment. Predators are not the only threat. Environmental conditions can be equally unforgiving. Wetland ecosystems are dynamic by nature. Floods reshape landscapes. Drought alters vegetation patterns. Severe winters reduce food availability. Storms create sudden disturbances. Each of these events influences survival probabilities. A particularly harsh winter can affect entire populations. Reduced access to nutritious food may weaken animals, making them more vulnerable to disease and environmental stress. Pregnant females may experience lower reproductive success. Young individuals may struggle to accumulate sufficient energy reserves. Conversely, favorable years characterized by abundant vegetation and mild weather often support higher survival rates. Population dynamics therefore fluctuate in response to environmental conditions. This variability is a normal feature of ecological systems. Disease represents another important source of mortality. Like all wild animals, water deer host a variety of parasites, bacteria, viruses, and other microorganisms. Most of the time, healthy individuals coexist with these organisms without serious consequences. Occasionally, however, outbreaks occur. Disease can spread rapidly through local populations, particularly where population densities are high. Environmental stress may increase susceptibility by weakening immune function. Researchers continue monitoring wildlife health to better understand these interactions and their implications for conservation. Accidents also contribute to mortality. A deer may suffer injuries while escaping predators, crossing difficult terrain, or engaging in territorial disputes. Natural environments contain countless hazards. Steep riverbanks, hidden obstacles, unstable ground, and extreme weather all create risks. In recent centuries, human activities have introduced additional challenges. Roads now cross many parts of the water deer's range. Vehicle collisions have become a significant cause of mortality in some regions. Because water deer are often active during dawn, dusk, and nighttime hours, they frequently encounter roads under conditions of reduced visibility. For both animals and drivers, these encounters can be dangerous. Habitat fragmentation presents another challenge. As wetlands are converted to agriculture, urban development, or infrastructure, populations may become increasingly isolated. Movement between habitat patches becomes more difficult. Access to resources may decline. Genetic exchange between populations can be reduced. Yet despite these obstacles, the water deer has demonstrated remarkable resilience. Its adaptability has played a crucial role in survival. Unlike highly specialized species dependent upon narrow ecological conditions, water deer can exploit a wide range of habitats. They utilize natural wetlands, agricultural landscapes, river corridors, grasslands, and even areas influenced heavily by human activity. This flexibility provides options when environmental conditions change. The species' reproductive strategy contributes as well. High reproductive potential allows populations to recover from losses more rapidly than might otherwise be possible. Even when mortality rates are substantial, successful reproduction can maintain population stability. Natural selection has favored precisely this balance. The water deer produces multiple offspring because the environment inevitably claims some of them. The strategy does not eliminate mortality, it compensates for it. Longevity in the wild varies considerably. Many individuals die young due to predation, disease, accidents, or environmental challenges. Others survive for years, becoming experienced adults capable of navigating the complexities of their environment with increasing skill. For these older animals, survival often depends less on physical strength and more on accumulated knowledge. Knowing where to find food during difficult seasons. Knowing which routes provide safe movement through the landscape. Knowing how to interpret scent signals left by rivals. Knowing when to flee and when to remain still. Such knowledge can make the difference between life and death. Ecologists often describe survival as the ultimate test of adaptation. Every trait possessed by the water deer, its camouflage, tusks, sensory abilities, reproductive strategy, swimming skills, and territorial behavior, contributes in some way to this challenge. The species exists today because those adaptations proved effective often enough across countless generations, yet survival is never permanent. Every individual eventually reaches the end of its life. The continuity of the species depends upon reproduction and the successful transfer of genes to future generations. This cycle of birth, survival, reproduction, and death lies at the heart of natural ecosystems. As evening returns to the wetlands and another day comes to a close, a mature water deer moves quietly through the reeds. It has survived predators, harsh seasons, competition, and countless uncertainties. Its presence is a testament to the effectiveness of the adaptations shaped by millions of years of evolution. But the story of the water deer extends far beyond its native Asian habitats, for in the late 19th century, humans would transport this unusual deer thousands of kilometers from its ancestral wetlands to a distant island nation. There, against all expectations, the species would establish itself in the wild and begin an entirely new chapter of its history. The next stage of our journey takes us to Britain, where one of the most remarkable wildlife introductions in modern history was about to unfold. The British introduction, from Woburn Abbey to the wild. On a cool autumn morning in the English countryside, a visitor walking through the wetlands of eastern England might catch a glimpse of a small deer emerging from dense vegetation. Its rounded face, compact body, and unmistakable tusks immediately set it apart from the familiar deer species of Europe. At first glance, the sight seems almost impossible. This is an animal whose ancestors evolved in the wetlands of China and Korea. Yet here it is, thriving thousands of kilometers away in the British Isles. How did a deer from East Asia come to establish wild populations in England? The answer is a fascinating story involving aristocratic estates, Victorian fascination with exotic wildlife, accidental escapes, ecological adaptability, and one of the most successful mammal introductions in European history. To understand this story, we must travel back to the late 19th century. During this period, wealthy landowners and naturalists across Europe developed a strong interest in collecting exotic animals from around the world. Advances in transportation and global trade made it increasingly feasible to import species from distant continents. Private estates often functioned as living zoological collections. Rare birds, unusual mammals, and exotic plants were displayed both for scientific curiosity and social prestige. Among the most famous of these estates was Woburn Abbey, located in Bedfordshire, England. The estate belonged to the Russell family, the Dukes of Bedford, who became renowned for their interest in wildlife conservation and the maintenance of extensive animal collections. Over time, Woburn Abbey acquired species from many parts of the world. Some would remain confined to the estate, others would eventually reshape local ecosystems. Among the imported animals were water deer from China. Historical records indicate that the species arrived in Britain during the late 19th century, becoming part of the growing collection maintained within the estate's deer park. At the time, few could have predicted what would happen next. The water deer was certainly unusual. Its lack of antlers distinguished it from European deer. Its elongated tusks attracted considerable attention. Yet there was little reason to believe it would become one of Britain's most successful introduced mammals. Initially, the animals remained under human management. They lived within enclosed areas and were observed primarily as exotic curiosities. However, nature often finds opportunities where humans least expect them. Over time, some individuals escaped confinement. Others may have been intentionally released or dispersed from surrounding estates. Whatever the precise mechanisms, water deer gradually began appearing beyond the boundaries of captivity. Once free, they encountered a landscape surprisingly similar to portions of their native habitat. This coincidence proved critical. Eastern England contains extensive wetlands, river valleys, reed beds, marshes, agricultural lowlands, and floodplain ecosystems. Although separated from East Asia by thousands of kilometers, these environments provided many of the resources water deer required. Food was abundant, cover was plentiful, suitable breeding habitat existed across large areas. Most importantly, the ecological niches occupied by water deer were not fully saturated by native species. As a result, the newcomers found opportunities to establish themselves. Many introduced species fail because environmental conditions differ too greatly from those in their native range. Others struggle because of intense competition, predation, disease, or unsuitable climate. The water deer encountered relatively few of these obstacles. Its natural adaptability allowed it to exploit a broad variety of habitats. Its reproductive strategy supported rapid population growth. Its secretive behavior reduced conflict with humans. Together, these characteristics created ideal conditions for establishment. The process occurred gradually rather than suddenly. Small populations became larger. Local distributions expanded. Animals dispersed into neighboring habitats. Generation after generation, the species strengthened its foothold within the British landscape. By the early 20th century, wild populations were firmly established in several regions. Researchers studying biological invasions often emphasize the importance of what is known as the establishment phase. Many introduced species survive briefly before disappearing. Only a small fraction successfully transition into self-sustaining populations. The water deer achieved this transition remarkably effectively. Once established, expansion became increasingly likely. The geography of eastern England facilitated dispersal. Networks of rivers, drainage channels, wetlands, and agricultural corridors connected suitable habitats across large areas. Water deer, with their excellent swimming abilities and adaptability, utilized these pathways to move through the landscape. Gradually, their range expanded. Today, water deer are most strongly associated with counties such as Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, Bedfordshire, and surrounding regions. These areas contain many of the habitat characteristics favored by the species. Wetland reserves, agricultural landscapes, river valleys, and reed beds provide excellent conditions for survival. Observations became increasingly common. Wildlife enthusiasts began encountering water deer with regularity. Researchers documented breeding populations. Conservation organizations incorporated the species into ecological monitoring programs. What had once been an exotic curiosity became a familiar component of parts of the British countryside. Interestingly, the water deer was not the only deer species introduced to Britain. Several non-native deer now occur across the country, including species originating from Asia and elsewhere. However, few have attracted as much public fascination as the water deer. Its unusual appearance ensures that encounters are rarely forgotten. A glimpse of the protruding tusks often surprises observers encountering the species for the first time. Despite this dramatic appearance, the animal remains shy and generally avoids human contact. This combination of uniqueness and secrecy contributes significantly to its appeal. The success of the British population also holds scientific importance. Because many native populations in Asia have experienced habitat loss and other pressures, introduced populations provide valuable opportunities for research. Scientists can study behavior, reproduction, ecology, and population dynamics in environments where the species remains relatively abundant. Such studies contribute to broader conservation knowledge. At the same time, introduced populations raise important ecological questions. Should the water deer be considered an invasive species? Does it compete with native wildlife? What impacts does it have on vegetation and ecosystem processes? These questions continue to generate discussion among ecologists and wildlife managers. The answers are rarely simple. Introduced species often occupy a complex position between ecological concern and conservation interest. The water deer exemplifies this complexity perfectly. It is neither entirely foreign nor entirely integrated. It exists in a fascinating ecological middle ground. As the decades passed, the species became increasingly woven into the ecological fabric of parts of Britain. Its story transformed from one of introduction to one of adaptation. The descendants of animals once confined within estate grounds now roam freely through wetlands, river valleys, and agricultural landscapes. They have become, in a sense, both Asian and British. Yet establishment is only the beginning of ecological success. The true test lies in long-term adaptation. How did a species evolved in East Asian wetlands adjust to European climates, ecosystems, predators, and human influences? The answer reveals another remarkable chapter in the history of the water deer. For in the next chapter, we will explore how this unusual mammal adapted to European environments and succeeded in a world far removed from the one in which its ancestors evolved. Adaptation to European ecosystems. When the first water deer escaped into the British countryside, they entered a world both familiar and unfamiliar. The wetlands, river valleys, and marshes resembled habitats their ancestors had known in Eastern Asia for thousands of years, yet the climate was different. The plant communities were different. The seasonal rhythms varied. The surrounding wildlife belonged to entirely different ecological networks. For many species, such a transition would have proven difficult. History is filled with examples of animals transported beyond their native ranges, only to disappear after a few generations. Environmental conditions that seem suitable at first glance often conceal subtle challenges that prevent long-term establishment. The water deer, however, would prove to be exceptionally adaptable. Its success in Europe provides a fascinating case study in ecological flexibility. At the heart of that success lies a simple evolutionary advantage. The species is not highly specialized. Although closely associated with wetlands, water deer can utilize a surprisingly broad range of habitats. In Asia, they occupy marshes, reed beds, riverbanks, floodplains, agricultural landscapes, grasslands, and forest edges. This versatility accompanied them to Europe. Upon arriving in Britain, they quickly demonstrated an ability to exploit habitats extending far beyond traditional wetlands. While they continued to favor areas with dense vegetation and nearby water, they also began using farmland, drainage systems, hedgerows, rough grasslands, and woodland margins. From an ecological perspective, this flexibility was invaluable. A species restricted to a single habitat type remains vulnerable to environmental limitations. A flexible species can exploit opportunities wherever they arise. The British countryside offered many such opportunities. Throughout eastern England, centuries of agriculture had created a patchwork landscape of fields, canals, drainage ditches, wetlands, and fragmented woodlands. Human activity had transformed the region, but it had not eliminated habitats suitable for water deer. In some respects, the modifications even created new opportunities. Drainage networks, for example, often produced linear corridors of vegetation ideal for movement and concealment. Water deer quickly incorporated these features into their daily lives. Researchers studying introduced populations frequently note the species' tendency to use agricultural environments. Fields planted with cereals, vegetables, and other crops can provide highly nutritious food resources. Young shoots and cultivated plants often contain more concentrated nutrients than many wild species. To a water deer, a well-managed field may appear as an abundant feeding ground. This adaptability contributed significantly to population growth. At the same time, it occasionally brought the animals into conflict with farmers. The relationship between wildlife and agriculture is rarely straightforward. What benefits one may inconvenience the other. Nevertheless, water deer generally remained less controversial than many larger herbivores because their relatively small size limited the scale of damage. Climate represented another challenge that the species navigated successfully. The weather patterns of Britain differ substantially from those of much of Eastern Asia. British winters are generally milder than those experienced in northern Korea, but they are also wetter and often characterized by prolonged periods of damp conditions. Seasonal variations in daylight, temperature, and rainfall influence vegetation, growth, and animal behavior. Water deer adjusted effectively to these conditions. Their flexible feeding habits allowed them to exploit available resources throughout the year. Their dense winter coat provided insulation against cold weather. Their behavioral adaptability enabled them to modify movement patterns according to seasonal changes. Rather than struggling with the climate, they appeared well suited to it. One reason for this compatibility may be the environmental diversity already present within the species' native range. Water deer evolved across regions experiencing significant climatic variation. Populations encountered cold winters, hot summers, flooding, drought, and changing seasonal conditions. Such environmental diversity may have favored the evolution of behavioral flexibility. Animals capable of coping with variable conditions often perform well when introduced to new environments. Predator communities also differed significantly between Asia and Britain. Historically, water deer evolved alongside large carnivores such as wolves and leopards. By contrast, modern Britain contains relatively few large terrestrial predators, capable of regularly hunting adult deer. This difference likely influenced survival rates. Reduced predation pressure can increase population growth by allowing more individuals to survive and reproduce successfully. However, the absence of major predators does not eliminate all risks. Young fawns remain vulnerable to foxes and other opportunistic predators. Disease, accidents, and harsh weather continue to affect survival. Human-related mortality, particularly vehicle collisions, has become an important factor. Nonetheless, the overall predator landscape encountered by water deer in Britain is generally less threatening than the one that shaped their evolutionary history. Competition with native deer species presents another interesting question. Britain supports several deer species, including roe deer, red deer, fallow deer, muntjac deer, and others. At first glance, one might expect intense competition for food and habitat. Yet ecological interactions are often more nuanced. Different species frequently partition resources utilizing different foods, habitats, or activity patterns. Water deer tend to favor dense vegetation and wetland-associated environments, reducing direct overlap with some other species. Their relatively small size also influences dietary preferences and habitat selection. As a result, competition exists, but may be less severe than initially assumed. Researchers continue studying these relationships to better understand long-term ecosystem effects. Behavioral flexibility has perhaps been the most important factor in the species' European success. Water deer readily adjust activity schedules in response to local conditions. In areas with significant human disturbance, they often become more nocturnal. In quieter environments, daytime activity may increase. Such adaptability allows them to coexist with changing landscapes and human populations. The ability to modify behavior rapidly often proves more valuable than physical adaptations alone. Evolution shapes anatomy over thousands of generations. Behavior can change within a single lifetime. This capacity for adjustment helps explain why some species thrive in human-modified environments while others decline. The water deer belongs firmly within the first category. Over time, European populations developed their own ecological patterns. While genetically linked to their Asian ancestors, their daily lives increasingly reflected the realities of British ecosystems. New migration routes emerged. Habitat preferences shifted subtly. Local adaptations influenced behavior and distribution. This process illustrates an important ecological principle. When species establish populations in new environments, they do not remain unchanged. They interact continuously with local conditions, creating unique ecological dynamics. The water deer of Britain is still a water deer. Yet it is also a product of the British landscape. Its story demonstrates how adaptable organisms can integrate into unfamiliar ecosystems while retaining the essential characteristics that define them. By the beginning of the 21st century, the species had become firmly established across large portions of eastern England. Its future appeared secure, but Britain would not be the only European country to host populations of water deer. Across the English Channel, another chapter of the story was beginning to unfold. Small populations were appearing in France, raising new questions about distribution, expansion, and the future of the species on the European continent. The next chapter follows that expansion and examines the growing presence of water deer in France, where one of Europe's newest wild deer populations is quietly establishing itself. The French population, Status and distribution. On a misty morning in northern France, a wildlife photographer waits quietly beside a marsh bordered by tall reeds. Waterfowl move across the surface of a shallow pond. The landscape appears unmistakably European. Then, from the vegetation, an unexpected figure emerges. Small in stature, reddish-brown in color, and armed with distinctive protruding tusks, the animal seems almost out of place, yet it is very real. A water deer. Only a few decades ago, such a sight would have been considered highly unusual in France. Today, however, observations are becoming increasingly common in certain regions, reflecting one of the most intriguing developments in modern European wildlife distribution. The story of the French water deer population is relatively recent compared with the species' long-established presence in Britain. Unlike the British population, which traces its origins to introductions during the 19th century, the French population emerged much later and through a more complex combination of dispersal and expansion. Its development provides a fascinating example of how wildlife populations can spread beyond their original areas of establishment. To understand this process, it is important to consider geography. The English Channel separates Britain from continental Europe, but modern ecosystems are not entirely isolated by political boundaries or even by water barriers. Human transportation networks, habitat connectivity, and natural dispersal processes all contribute to the movement of species across landscapes. As British populations of water deer increased during the 20th century, opportunities for expansion also grew. Some animals were intentionally moved. Others escaped from private collections or managed populations. Over time, small numbers began appearing in continental Europe. France became one of the primary locations where these new populations attracted scientific attention. Early records were often sporadic. Individual sightings generated curiosity among wildlife observers, but isolated observations do not necessarily indicate the presence of a self-sustaining population. For a species to become established, individuals must survive, reproduce, and create subsequent generations capable of maintaining the population independently. Researchers therefore approached early reports cautiously. Careful monitoring was necessary to determine whether water deer were merely occasional visitors or genuine new residents. Gradually, evidence accumulated. Repeated observations occurred within the same regions. Signs of breeding were documented. Population estimates began to suggest that localized establishment was taking place. The water deer was no longer simply appearing in France. It was beginning to live there. Most observations have been concentrated in northern portions of the country, particularly areas offering habitat characteristics similar to those favored in Britain. Wetlands, river valleys, marshes, agricultural lowlands, and areas with dense vegetation provide ideal conditions. As in other parts of its range, the species demonstrates a strong preference for landscapes combining abundant cover with reliable food resources. This habitat selection reflects deep evolutionary patterns that remain remarkably consistent despite geographic relocation. Wherever water deer occur, they tend to seek environments that support their fundamental ecological requirements. One of the challenges facing researchers is accurately estimating population size. Water deer are naturally elusive animals. Their tendency to remain concealed within vegetation makes direct observation difficult. Many individuals are active during dawn, dusk, or nighttime hours, further complicating surveys. Consequently, population monitoring often relies upon a combination of methods. Camera traps record movement patterns. Field surveys identify tracks and signs. Genetic analysis may be conducted using hair or fecal samples. Road mortality records sometimes provide additional information regarding distribution. Together, these techniques allow scientists to build increasingly accurate pictures of population status. Current evidence suggests that French populations remain relatively small compared with those found in Britain. However, their presence is significant for several reasons. First, it demonstrates the species' continued capacity for expansion within suitable environments. Second, it provides an opportunity to study the early stages of population establishment. Third, it raises important questions regarding future distribution patterns across Europe. Will water deer remain confined to localized areas? Will populations continue expanding? Could additional countries eventually support established populations? These questions remain active areas of scientific investigation. The ecological effects of the species in France are also being closely examined. Whenever a non-native species becomes established, ecologists seek to understand its interactions with local ecosystems. Does it compete with native wildlife? Does it alter vegetation communities? Does it influence predator-prey relationships? The answers often require years or even decades of observation. In the case of water deer, evidence thus far suggests that impacts may be relatively moderate compared with those associated with some highly invasive species. Several factors contribute to this assessment. The water deer occupies ecological niches that are not entirely identical to those of native deer species. Its population densities remain comparatively limited. Its feeding behavior, while influential, does not appear to produce dramatic ecosystem transformations in most areas. Nevertheless, continued monitoring remains essential. Ecological systems are dynamic. Effects that appear minor during the early stages of establishment may become more pronounced as populations grow. Wildlife managers therefore balance scientific curiosity with practical caution. The French population has also generated considerable public interest. Wildlife enthusiasts are often fascinated by the species' unusual appearance. Photographs of tusked deer frequently attract attention, especially among people encountering the animal for the first time. Media coverage occasionally emphasizes the so-called vampire deer nickname, though such descriptions sometimes oversimplify the species' true nature. For conservation educators, this attention presents both opportunities and challenges. Public fascination can encourage interest in wildlife and ecology. At the same time, sensationalized portrayals may obscure the scientific realities of the species' behavior and ecological role. Accurate education, therefore, becomes increasingly important. Another fascinating aspect of the French population concerns connectivity. As populations establish and expand, genetic diversity becomes an important consideration. Small, isolated groups may face challenges associated with limited genetic variation. Connectivity between populations can help mitigate these risks by promoting gene flow. Researchers continue investigating the origins and relationships of French water deer populations to better understand these dynamics. Such studies contribute not only to local management efforts, but also to broader knowledge regarding introduced species and population biology. From a historical perspective, the presence of water deer in France illustrates how rapidly wildlife distributions can change. A species once restricted to East Asia now occupies portions of Britain and continental Europe. Human actions initiated the process, but ecological adaptability allowed it to continue. The resulting distribution reflects a combination of history, geography, biology, and chance. As evening falls over a French wetland and a solitary water deer disappears into the reeds, it becomes clear that the species' European story is still being written. Its future remains uncertain. Expansion may continue, populations may stabilize, management priorities may evolve. Whatever happens, the water deer has already secured a place within the ecological narrative of modern Europe. Yet its growing presence raises an increasingly important question. How should we interpret this success? Is the water deer an invasive species that threatens native ecosystems? Or is it a relatively benign newcomer that has integrated successfully into its adopted environments? The answer is far from simple, and in the next chapter we will explore one of the most debated aspects of the species' European history, whether the water deer should be viewed as an ecological invader or as a surprisingly harmonious addition to the ecosystems it now inhabits. Ecologically invasive or beneficially integrated? Few questions in modern ecology are as complex or as emotionally charged as the status of species introduced beyond their native ranges. When a species expands into a new ecosystem, the consequences are rarely black and white. Some introductions cause clear ecological disruption, Others appear to integrate with relatively limited impact. Many fall somewhere in between, producing effects that vary by location, time, and environmental context. The water deer in Europe sits precisely within this gray zone. To some observers, it represents a successful and largely harmless addition to certain landscapes. To others, it is a non-native species whose long-term ecological effects remain uncertain. Understanding this debate requires moving beyond labels and examining ecological processes in detail. The term invasive species is often used broadly in public discourse, but in scientific ecology, it has a more specific meaning. An invasive species is typically defined as a non-native organism that spreads rapidly and causes measurable negative impacts on biodiversity, ecosystem function, agriculture, or human activity. Not all introduced species meet this threshold. Some remain localized. Some integrate without major disruption. Others expand widely and produce significant ecological changes. Where does the water deer fit? The answer depends on region, data, and scale. In parts of Britain, water deer populations have become well established. They occupy wetlands, agricultural margins, and mixed landscapes shaped by centuries of human activity. Their presence is now a stable component of local fauna. However, their ecological effects appear comparatively moderate when contrasted with some other introduced mammals worldwide. One reason is dietary overlap. Although water deer consume a wide variety of vegetation, they do not appear to specialize on the same resources as all native herbivores. In many habitats, resource partitioning reduces direct competition with species such as roe deer or muntjac deer. Each species tends to exploit slightly different niches in space, time, or plant preference. This reduces the intensity of direct ecological conflict. Habitat selection also plays a role. Water deer strongly favor dense vegetation and wetland-associated environments. These habitats, while important, represent only a portion of the broader landscape. As a result, their distribution is often patchy rather than uniformly widespread. Population density remains another critical factor. In many regions, water deer densities are relatively low compared to other deer species. Lower densities generally reduce the magnitude of ecological impact on vegetation and soil structure. Nevertheless, even moderate populations can influence ecosystems in subtle ways. Herbivory, the act of feeding on plants, can shape plant community composition over time. Selective browsing may favor certain species over others. Repeated grazing can alter regeneration patterns in shrubs and young trees. Movement through vegetation can affect seed dispersal and habitat structure. These processes are not inherently negative. They are part of normal ecological dynamics. The key question is whether an introduced species significantly alters these processes beyond natural variation. Long-term studies are still ongoing, and conclusions remain tentative. Another dimension of the debate involves conservation ethics. Some ecologists prioritize the preservation of native biodiversity in its historical form. From this perspective, non-native species are generally viewed with caution, regardless of their immediate impact. Others adopt a more functional approach, focusing on ecosystem processes rather than species origin. From this viewpoint, an introduced species that integrates without major disruption may be considered part of a novel ecosystem. The water deer challenges both perspectives. It is clearly non-native to Europe. Yet its ecological effects do not neatly align with the most severe cases of biological invasion. Public perception adds another layer of complexity. The species' unusual appearance often generates fascination rather than concern. Its small size, secretive behavior, and limited visibility in most landscapes reduce direct human-wildlife conflict. This contrasts sharply with some other introduced deer species that may cause more obvious agricultural or ecological damage. However, absence of strong conflict does not automatically imply absence of impact. It simply means impacts may be less visible or less concentrated. Wildlife management agencies therefore approach the species with measured caution. Monitoring remains essential. Populations are tracked over time. Distribution patterns are recorded. Ecological effects are studied as data accumulate. Management strategies are typically adaptive, meaning they can be adjusted as new information becomes available. One of the most important insights from modern invasion ecology is that ecological outcomes are not fixed at the moment of introduction. They evolve over time. Early stages of establishment may differ significantly from long-term dynamics. Climate change, land use changes, and shifting ecosystems may all influence how introduced species behave in the future. The water deer is no exception. Its European populations are still relatively young in ecological terms. Many generations will pass before long-term effects can be fully understood. This uncertainty is why scientists emphasize continued research rather than definitive classification. Interestingly, some conservationists argue that the water deer illustrates a broader transformation in global ecosystems. Human activity has moved species across continents at unprecedented rates. As a result, many ecosystems now contain mixtures of native and non-native organisms interacting in complex ways. In this context, rigid distinctions between native and invasive can sometimes obscure more than they reveal. Instead, ecologists increasingly focus on function, impact, and resilience. From a functional perspective, the water deer plays a relatively modest role in most European ecosystems. It does not dominate landscapes, it does not eliminate native species. It does not dramatically restructure habitats at large scales. Yet it is still an active participant in ecological processes. It consumes vegetation. It serves as prey for predators where they exist. It contributes to nutrient cycling and energy flow. It interacts with human-managed landscapes in both beneficial and challenging ways. Its ecological identity is therefore not fixed but contextual. In some settings it may be largely neutral. In others, it may have more noticeable effects. This variability is central to modern ecological thinking. Rather than assigning absolute labels, scientists increasingly describe species in terms of gradients of impact. Under this framework, the water deer might be considered a low to moderate impact introduced herbivore in parts of its European range. However, such descriptions remain provisional and subject to revision. Perhaps the most important lesson from the water deer's European story is not whether it is invasive or integrated, but how ecosystems respond to change. Nature is not static. It is dynamic, adaptive, and constantly evolving under both natural and human influences. The arrival of a new species is one of many forces shaping this ongoing transformation. As twilight settles over a European wetland and a water deer moves silently between reeds, it exists within a landscape shaped by centuries of ecological change. It is neither entirely alien nor entirely native in the traditional sense. It is part of a new ecological reality, one that continues to evolve. With this perspective in mind, the story now turns from ecological debate to human impact and conservation challenges across the species' native Asian range, where the pressures facing water deer are very different from those in Europe. In the next chapter, we will examine the threats posed by poaching and illegal wildlife trade, and how these pressures continue to shape the survival of the species in the wild. Poaching and the illegal wildlife trade. In the dense wetlands of Eastern Asia, a water deer moves cautiously through tall reeds. The air is still, broken only by the distant calls of birds and the faint rustle of vegetation. To the deer, this is familiar territory, an environment shaped by millions of years of evolutionary adaptation. Yet even here, survival is not guaranteed. Beyond natural predators and environmental pressures, another threat exists. One that is not part of the natural ecosystem, but imposed from outside it. Human exploitation. Poaching and illegal wildlife trade have long affected many species across Asia, and the water deer is no exception. Although it is not typically among the most heavily targeted large mammals compared with iconic species such as tigers or rhinoceroses, it has still been subject to localized hunting pressure throughout parts of its range. The reasons are varied and often intertwined. In some regions, hunting has historically been driven by subsistence needs. In others, it is linked to traditional uses of animal products. In more recent decades, commercial incentives and illegal trade networks have added additional pressure. Even species that are not globally endangered can experience significant local declines if hunting is concentrated in specific areas. For the water deer, vulnerability is influenced by several biological traits. Its relatively small size makes it easier to capture compared with larger deer species. Its reliance on dense vegetation, while useful for avoiding predators, can also make it more susceptible to ambush. Its predictable use of certain habitats, such as wetlands and agricultural edges, may increase exposure to human activity. At the same time, the species' secretive behavior often reduces detection, which can offer some protection in less accessible areas. The balance between vulnerability and concealment varies widely across landscapes. In regions where enforcement of wildlife protection laws is strong, poaching pressure tends to be lower. In areas where monitoring is limited or resources are scarce, illegal hunting can persist despite regulations. The structure of illegal wildlife trade networks is complex. They are rarely isolated local activities. Instead, they often involve interconnected systems that include hunters, intermediaries, transport routes, and markets. Animals or animal products may pass through multiple stages before reaching final consumers. In this system, even species with relatively low economic value can be affected if they are taken opportunistically or incidentally during broader hunting activities. One of the challenges in addressing poaching is that it is often difficult to quantify. Unlike habitat loss or road mortality, which can be measured through visible environmental change, illegal hunting is frequently hidden. Animals disappear without clear records, and population declines may only become apparent after significant time has passed. For this reason, conservationists rely on indirect indicators. Field surveys may detect changes in population density. Camera traps can reveal shifts in activity patterns. Local ecological knowledge from communities can provide important insights. Together, these sources help build a partial picture of the pressures affecting wildlife populations. In China and parts of Korea, conservation awareness has increased significantly over recent decades. Legal protections for wildlife have been strengthened, and protected areas have expanded in many regions. These measures have contributed to improved conditions for many species, including the water deer in certain localities. However, conservation outcomes are rarely uniform. Wildlife populations are influenced by a combination of law enforcement, habitat availability, human population density, and economic conditions. Even within protected landscapes, challenges may remain if enforcement is inconsistent or if surrounding land use creates pressure on wildlife movement. The water deer's preference for wetland and edge habitats can place it in close proximity to human activity. This proximity can increase both opportunity for observation and risk of conflict. In some cases, animals may be mistakenly perceived as pests, particularly where they feed on agricultural crops. Such perceptions can influence attitudes toward wildlife and affect levels of tolerance. Conservation strategies therefore often involve both ecological and social dimensions. Protecting a species is not only about preserving habitat and preventing direct harm. It also involves working with local communities, understanding economic realities, and building sustainable relationships between people and wildlife. International trade regulations also play a role. Many countries are signatories to agreements designed to regulate or restrict the trade of endangered or protected species. These frameworks aim to reduce illegal exploitation by controlling cross-border movement and increasing accountability. While the water deer is not among the most highly restricted species globally, it may still be affected indirectly by broader enforcement efforts targeting wildlife trade networks. Another important factor is awareness. Public understanding of wildlife conservation can influence both policy and behavior. When local communities recognize the ecological value of species and the benefits of biodiversity, support for protection measures tends to increase. Educational programs, ecological research, and media representation all contribute to shaping this awareness. The water deer's distinctive appearance has helped it gain attention in both scientific and public contexts. Its unusual tusks and association with wetlands make it a memorable species, which can be beneficial for conservation messaging. However, attention alone is not sufficient.
Effective conservation requires sustained action, resources, and long-term commitment. One of the most important trends in modern conservation is the shift from species-centered approaches to ecosystem-based strategies. Rather than focusing solely on individual species, conservationists increasingly aim to protect entire habitats and ecological processes. For water deer, this means preserving wetlands, river systems, and floodplain environments that support not only deer but also countless other species. Wetlands are among the most productive ecosystems on Earth, yet they are also among the most threatened. Drainage for agriculture, urban expansion, infrastructure development, and pollution have all contributed to significant habitat loss in many regions. Protecting these ecosystems benefits far more than a single species. It supports biodiversity, water regulation, carbon storage, and climate resilience. Within this broader context, the conservation of water deer becomes part of a larger environmental narrative. The species serves as both a beneficiary and an indicator of wetland health. Where wetlands are intact and functioning, water deer populations are more likely to persist. Where habitats are degraded, populations often decline. This relationship makes the species valuable for ecological monitoring. As conservation efforts continue, researchers emphasize the importance of long-term data collection. Wildlife populations fluctuate naturally, and short-term trends may not reflect broader patterns. Understanding the true impact of threats like poaching requires sustained observation over time. Technological advances are improving this capacity. Remote sensing, GPS tracking, and automated camera systems allow scientists to monitor wildlife with increasing precision and less disturbance. These tools are gradually transforming conservation science. Despite ongoing challenges, there are reasons for cautious optimism. In several parts of its range, water deer populations appear stable or recovering. Legal protections, habitat conservation efforts, and increased awareness have contributed to improved conditions in some regions. However, conservation is never a finished process. It requires continuous adaptation to changing circumstances. As human populations grow and landscapes evolve, the pressures facing wildlife will also change. The future of the water deer in its native range will depend on how effectively these pressures are managed. As night falls once again over the wetlands, a solitary deer emerges briefly from the reeds before disappearing into darkness. Its movements are quiet, deliberate, and shaped by both ancient instincts and modern realities. It lives in a world where survival depends not only on natural adaptation, but also on human decisions made far beyond the marsh itself. In the next chapter, we will explore habitat loss and urban fragmentation in Asia and how expanding cities and infrastructure continue to reshape the landscapes that water deer depend upon. Habitat loss and urban fragmentation in Asia. At first glance, the wetlands of Eastern Asia can appear timeless. Reeds sway gently in the wind. Shallow waters reflect shifting skies. Birds trace slow paths across the horizon. For a water deer moving through this landscape, the world feels shaped by natural rhythms that have existed for millennia. But beneath this surface of continuity lies a quieter, more disruptive force. Change driven by human expansion. Across much of Asia, rapid urbanization and agricultural development have transformed vast areas of natural habitat. Wetlands, floodplains, river valleys, and lowland forests have been reshaped to accommodate growing populations, infrastructure, and economic activity. For species like the water deer, which depend on a mosaic of dense vegetation and accessible water sources, these changes have profound consequences. Habitat loss is rarely a single event. It is a gradual process, often unfolding over decades. A marsh is drained here, a river is redirected there, agricultural fields expand into former floodplains, roads and settlements fragment once continuous landscapes into isolated patches. Each change may seem small on its own. Together, they reshape entire ecosystems. One of the most significant effects of habitat loss is fragmentation. Rather than existing in large, continuous environments, wildlife populations become confined to smaller, disconnected pockets of suitable habitat. For a relatively mobile species like the water deer, fragmentation does not necessarily eliminate survival opportunities. However, it changes the structure of those opportunities. Movement between habitat patches becomes more difficult and riskier. Animals must cross open areas, agricultural land, or human infrastructure to reach new feeding grounds or breeding sites. Each crossing introduces potential danger, including exposure to predators, vehicles, or human disturbance. Over time, isolated populations may become more vulnerable to local decline. Genetic exchange between groups can also be reduced. When individuals cannot move freely between populations, genetic diversity may gradually decrease. This can affect long-term resilience to disease, environmental change, and other pressures. Wetlands themselves are particularly sensitive ecosystems. They depend on complex hydrological cycles involving seasonal flooding, groundwater levels, and sediment flows. Human interventions such as dam construction, drainage systems, and river regulation can alter these cycles significantly. When water regimes change, vegetation structure often changes as well. Plant communities adapted to specific moisture conditions may decline, while others become dominant. These shifts can indirectly affect the animals that depend on them. For water deer, which rely on dense vegetation for cover and feeding, such changes may reduce habitat quality even when land is not fully destroyed. Agricultural expansion represents another major driver of habitat transformation. Rice paddies, crop fields, and managed landscapes can sometimes provide temporary feeding opportunities for water deer. However, they rarely replicate the structural complexity of natural wetlands. Moreover, intensive agriculture often involves the removal of surrounding vegetation, reducing available shelter. This creates a paradox. Human-modified landscapes may offer food resources, but lack the protective structure needed for safe, long-term habitation. Urban development adds another layer of pressure. As cities expand outward, natural habitats are replaced by buildings, roads, industrial zones, and infrastructure networks. Even when patches of vegetation remain, they are often too small or too isolated to function as viable wildlife habitat. Noise, light pollution, and human presence further alter ecological conditions. Many animals respond to these changes by shifting their behavior. Water deer are known for their adaptability in this regard. In disturbed landscapes, they may become more nocturnal, more secretive, and more cautious in their movements. These behavioral adjustments can help them persist in modified environments, but they do not fully replace the ecological value of intact habitat. Infrastructure development, particularly roads and highways, introduces one of the most direct threats associated with fragmentation: mortality from vehicle collisions. Roads can act as both physical barriers and sources of danger. They divide habitats and increase the risk of injury or death when animals attempt to cross. For species that move between feeding and resting areas or between seasonal habitats, roads can significantly disrupt natural movement patterns. In addition to direct mortality, roads may also alter behavior indirectly. Some individuals may avoid crossing entirely, even when doing so would provide access to better resources. This can lead to reduced habitat use and increased pressure on remaining suitable areas. Despite these challenges, water deer demonstrate notable resilience. Their ability to utilize edge habitats, areas where natural vegetation meets human-altered landscapes, allows them to persist in environments that have undergone significant modification. Edges often contain a mixture of resources: cover from remaining vegetation and food from adjacent agricultural land. This flexibility helps explain why the species continues to survive in regions undergoing rapid change. However, resilience should not be confused with immunity. A species may persist under pressure while still experiencing long-term declines in distribution or genetic health. The true impact of habitat fragmentation often becomes visible only over extended periods. Conservation strategies aimed at addressing these challenges typically focus on maintaining habitat connectivity. Wildlife corridors, protected areas, and landscape-level planning can help reduce the isolating effects of development. By linking fragmented habitats, corridors allow animals to move more safely between populations. This movement supports genetic exchange and improves long-term population stability. Wetland restoration is another important approach. In some regions, degraded wetlands can be rehabilitated through hydrological management, vegetation recovery, and pollution control. These efforts can recreate functional habitats capable of supporting water deer and other wildlife. Urban planning also plays a role. Incorporating green spaces, riparian buffers, and ecological considerations into development projects can reduce the severity of habitat loss. While such measures cannot fully replace natural ecosystems, they can help mitigate some of the impacts of expansion. An important aspect of habitat conservation is recognizing that human and wildlife needs are often interconnected. Wetlands provide not only habitat for species like the water deer, but also essential services for humans, including flood regulation, water purification, and carbon storage. Protecting these ecosystems therefore benefits both biodiversity and human well-being. As awareness of these connections grows, conservation efforts increasingly emphasize integrated approaches that consider ecological, economic, and social factors together. Despite ongoing pressures, water deer continue to persist in many parts of their range. Their presence in fragmented landscapes is a testament to their adaptability, but also a reminder of the limits of that adaptability. A species can adjust to change, but only within certain boundaries. If habitat loss continues unchecked, even adaptable species may eventually experience significant declines. As dusk falls over a patchwork of fields, wetlands, and expanding settlements, a water deer moves cautiously along a narrow strip of vegetation. It pauses, listens, and then continues forward into the fading light. Its world is no longer continuous. It is divided, fragmented, and shaped by both natural forces and human design. Yet within these constraints, it continues to survive. The next chapter explores the current conservation status of water deer in China and South Korea, and the efforts being made to ensure that this survival continues into the future. Conservation status in China and South Korea. In the river valleys and wetland plains of Eastern Asia, the water deer still occupies its ancestral landscapes. These are the regions where the species evolved, adapted, and persisted long before human development began reshaping the environment at its current scale. Yet even in these native ranges, the story of the water deer is no longer one of ecological stability alone. It is also a story of conservation. The conservation status of the water deer varies across its range, reflecting differences in habitat quality, human pressure, and local management practices. In some areas, populations remain relatively stable. In others, they face ongoing challenges linked to land use change, hunting pressure, and environmental degradation. China represents one of the most important parts of the species' native distribution. Historically, water deer were widely distributed across suitable wetland and lowland habitats in eastern and central regions. Over time, however, population pressures and habitat changes led to declines in some areas. Today, remaining populations are often concentrated in fragmented habitats where suitable wetlands persist. Despite these pressures, China has made significant progress in wildlife conservation over recent decades. The establishment of protected areas, wetland reserves, and nature parks has helped safeguard critical habitats. Legal protections for wildlife have also been strengthened, contributing to improved conditions for many species. In regions where wetlands remain intact and human disturbance is limited, water deer populations can still be observed with relative consistency. These areas serve as important ecological refuges. However, challenges remain. Rapid urbanization, infrastructure development, and agricultural expansion continue to place pressure on natural ecosystems. Even protected areas are not entirely immune to external influences, particularly when surrounding landscapes undergo rapid change. This makes habitat connectivity especially important. Isolated populations are more vulnerable to local decline, while connected populations tend to be more resilient over time. Conservation efforts increasingly focus on maintaining or restoring ecological corridors that allow movement between habitat patches. South Korea presents a different but equally important aspect of the water deer's conservation story. The Korean peninsula is home to a distinct subspecies, often referred to as Hydropotes inermis argyropus. This population occupies a range of habitats including river basins, wetlands, agricultural edges, and coastal plains. In South Korea, water deer are relatively widespread compared to some other parts of their native range. In fact, in certain regions, they are among the more commonly encountered wild mammals. This abundance, however, does not eliminate conservation concerns. Human-wildlife interactions are a significant issue in some areas. As urban expansion and agriculture intersect with natural habitats, water deer increasingly come into contact with human infrastructure. One of the most notable challenges is vehicle collisions. Road networks crisscross many parts of the landscape, and water deer often move through areas where roads intersect with feeding or resting habitats. As a result, road mortality can represent a substantial source of death in certain regions. Another issue involves agricultural conflict. Water deer may feed on crops, particularly in areas where natural vegetation is limited or fragmented. This can lead to tension with farmers, especially when damage occurs repeatedly in localized zones. Managing these interactions requires a balanced approach that considers both wildlife conservation and human livelihoods. Mitigation strategies may include habitat management, fencing in sensitive areas, traffic awareness measures, and compensation or support programs for affected communities. Despite these challenges, South Korea has also implemented various conservation and management measures aimed at supporting wildlife populations while reducing conflict. Protected areas, environmental regulations, and wildlife monitoring programs contribute to ongoing efforts to understand and manage water deer populations effectively. Research plays a crucial role in these efforts. Scientists in both China and South Korea study water deer behavior, population dynamics, genetics, and habitat use. This research helps inform conservation decisions and improve understanding of how the species responds to environmental change. Technological tools such as GPS tracking, camera traps, and genetic sampling have greatly enhanced the ability to monitor populations across large and often difficult to access landscapes. These tools provide data on movement patterns, habitat preferences, and survival rates. They also help identify key areas for conservation priority. One important insight from recent research is the importance of wetlands not only as habitat, but as ecological networks. Water deer do not rely on a single isolated location. Instead, they use a mosaic of interconnected environments, moving between feeding areas, cover sites, and seasonal habitats. Protecting this network of habitats is therefore more effective than focusing on isolated reserves alone. Another key finding is the species' continued ability to adapt to human-altered landscapes. While habitat loss remains a serious concern, water deer often persist in agricultural and semi-urban environments where sufficient cover and resources remain available. This adaptability provides some resilience, but it does not eliminate the need for conservation action. Long-term survival depends on maintaining a balance between development and ecological integrity. Public awareness is also an increasingly important factor. In both China and South Korea, interest in wildlife conservation has grown significantly in recent years. Educational programs, media coverage, and ecological tourism contribute to a broader understanding of native species and their roles in ecosystems. The water deer, with its distinctive appearance and unique biology, often serves as a focal species in these efforts. Its unusual tusks and shy behavior make it memorable, helping to connect people with wildlife that might otherwise remain unnoticed. However, awareness must be matched by effective policy and implementation. Conservation success depends on more than recognition. It requires sustained action, funding, and coordination between government agencies, researchers, and local communities. One of the central challenges moving forward is ensuring that conservation efforts remain adaptable. Environmental conditions continue to change due to climate variability, land use transformation, and human population growth. Conservation strategies must therefore evolve alongside these changes. What works in one region or time period may not be sufficient in another. This dynamic nature of conservation is particularly relevant for species like the water deer, which occupy both natural and human-influenced environments. Looking ahead, the future of the species in its native range will depend on several interconnected factors: habitat preservation, human-wildlife coexistence, effective management of conflicts, and continued scientific research. There is reason for cautious optimism. In many areas, water deer continue to persist, and in some regions, they appear to be stable or even locally increasing where conditions are favorable. Yet, this stability is not guaranteed. It reflects ongoing effort rather than absence of threat. As the sun rises over a Korean river valley or a Chinese wetland reserve, a water deer steps quietly from the vegetation to feed on fresh shoots along the water's edge. Its presence is subtle but significant, a reminder that even in a rapidly changing world, wildlife can endure when conditions allow. The next chapter turns to a different dimension of the species' story, its role in culture, folklore, and human imagination across Asia, and how this unusual deer has been interpreted through history and modern media. Management of feral populations in the UK. In the misty landscapes of eastern England, water deer move quietly through a patchwork of wetlands, reed beds, and agricultural fields. To many observers, these animals feel like a natural part of the countryside, shy, elusive, and rarely seen in the open for long. Yet from a conservation and ecological management perspective, their presence in the United Kingdom raises ongoing questions that are more complex than simple admiration or concern. These are not native populations. They are feral populations of an introduced species that has successfully established itself far beyond its original managed confines. Managing such populations requires a careful balance between ecological understanding, legal frameworks, public perception, and long-term environmental planning. Unlike native wildlife, introduced species occupy a more ambiguous position in conservation policy. They may be protected in certain contexts, controlled in others, and studied continuously to understand their ecological effects. The water deer in the UK are a clear example of this complexity. Their populations are now well established in several regions, particularly in parts of eastern England where suitable habitat is abundant. Over time, they have expanded from localized introductions into self-sustaining wild populations. Once this transition occurs, complete removal becomes both ecologically and practically unrealistic. As a result, management strategies tend to focus not on eradication, but on monitoring and impact mitigation. One of the primary goals of wildlife management is to maintain ecological balance while minimizing negative interactions with human activity. In the case of water deer, this involves understanding how they interact with agriculture, infrastructure, and native ecosystems. Compared with some other introduced deer species, water deer generally cause relatively limited large-scale ecological disruption. However, localized impacts can still occur, particularly in areas where population density is higher or habitat is more constrained. Browsing pressure on vegetation can influence plant regeneration in sensitive habitats. Agricultural feeding may result in crop damage in certain areas. Movement patterns can intersect with roads, increasing the risk of vehicle collisions. Each of these factors contributes to the need for ongoing management awareness. Monitoring is a foundational component of this process. Wildlife agencies and conservation organizations conduct regular surveys to track population trends, distribution changes, and habitat use. Camera traps, field observations, and reporting networks all contribute to a growing dataset that helps inform decision-making. This information is essential for identifying emerging patterns early, before they develop into larger ecological or socioeconomic issues. Another important aspect of management involves public engagement. Because water deer are often encountered by farmers, landowners, and rural communities, their perception among the public plays a significant role in shaping management outcomes. In many cases, the species is viewed with curiosity rather than hostility. Its small size and elusive nature reduce the likelihood of serious conflict, and its distinctive appearance often generates interest rather than concern. However, where crop damage or other issues occur, perceptions can shift.
Effective management therefore often includes communication strategies that explain the species' ecology, behavior, and role within the landscape. Understanding helps reduce conflict. In some regions, mitigation measures are used to reduce negative interactions. These may include localized fencing around sensitive agricultural areas, traffic awareness signage in known crossing zones, and habitat management designed to reduce overlap between deer activity and human infrastructure. Such measures are typically targeted rather than widespread, reflecting the localized nature of most conflicts. Culling is another management tool used for some deer species in the UK, particularly where populations are high or ecological impacts are significant. However, water deer management tends to be more conservative compared with other deer species, partly due to their relatively limited distribution and lower overall population density. Decisions regarding population control are made carefully, based on scientific data and local conditions. A key principle in modern wildlife management is adaptive management. This approach recognizes that ecosystems are dynamic and that management strategies must be flexible. Rather than relying on fixed rules, adaptive management uses continuous monitoring and feedback to adjust actions over time. For water deer, this means that policies may evolve as new data emerges about population trends, habitat use, and ecological impacts. One of the challenges in managing feral populations is predicting long-term outcomes. Introduced species can behave differently over time as they adapt further to local conditions, expand into new habitats, or respond to environmental change. Climate change, in particular, may influence future distribution patterns. Warmer temperatures, changing rainfall patterns, and shifting vegetation zones could alter the suitability of habitats across the UK. Water deer, with their adaptability, may respond to these changes in ways that are difficult to fully predict. Another factor influencing management is land use change. As agriculture, urban development, and conservation priorities continue to evolve, the availability and configuration of suitable habitats will also shift. This creates an ongoing need to reassess how wildlife populations interact with the landscape. Despite these uncertainties, one consistent observation remains. Water deer have established themselves as a stable component of parts of the British fauna. They are now part of the ecological reality of eastern England. This does not mean their presence is without debate, but it does mean they can no longer be treated as a temporary phenomenon. They are now a long-term feature of the landscape. From a conservation perspective, this raises broader philosophical questions. Should management aim to minimize non-native species wherever possible, or should it focus on coexistence where ecological impacts are limited? Different stakeholders often have different answers. Ecologists, policymakers, landowners, and members of the public may all view the species through different lenses. The water deer thus becomes more than just a biological subject. It becomes part of a larger conversation about how humans define nature in a changing world. As evening settles over a quiet English wetland, a water deer stands motionless among reeds. It listens, scents the air, and slowly moves deeper into the vegetation. Its existence here is the result of history, chance, and adaptation. Whether viewed as an introduced species, a managed population, or a new ecological resident, it continues to live its life according to the same instincts that guide it in its native range. In the next chapter, we turn away from management and policy to explore something more cultural: the water deer's place in Asian folklore, historical accounts, and modern media, and how human imagination has shaped the story of this unusual animal. The water deer in Asian folklore and history. Long before the water deer became a subject of scientific classification or ecological study, it already existed in the human imagination. Across the wetlands and river valleys of eastern Asia, people living alongside this unusual animal encountered it in their daily lives, sometimes as a distant shape moving through reeds, sometimes as a fleeting figure disappearing at the edge of sight. Its elusive nature made it difficult to study, but easy to mythologize. Unlike many more familiar deer species, the water deer carries a distinctly unusual appearance. The absence of antlers, combined with the presence of elongated canine tusks in males, gives it a striking silhouette that can easily inspire curiosity, misunderstanding, or symbolic interpretation. In traditional contexts, animals were often understood not only in biological terms, but also through cultural meaning. The water deer was no exception. In parts of China and Korea, historical records and local folklore occasionally reference small deer-like animals inhabiting wetlands and riverine environments. While descriptions vary, they often emphasize qualities such as shyness, secrecy, and association with water-rich landscapes. These characteristics helped shape its cultural identity. Wetlands themselves held significant symbolic value in many East Asian traditions. They were seen as transitional spaces, neither fully land nor fully water, associated with mystery, transformation, and hidden life. It is within these liminal environments that the water deer naturally resides, reinforcing its association with the unknown or unseen. In some folk interpretations, its tusks contributed to a more ambiguous image. To observers unfamiliar with its ecological role, the presence of visible canine teeth in a deer-like animal could appear unusual or even unsettling. This distinctive feature sometimes led to exaggerated or symbolic descriptions in oral traditions. However, it is important to note that folklore is rarely uniform. Interpretations of animals vary widely across regions, time periods, and cultural contexts. In many cases, water deer would not have been singled out as a separate symbolic creature at all, but rather viewed simply as one of many animals inhabiting the wetlands. As natural history knowledge developed, early scholars and naturalists in East Asia began documenting wildlife more systematically. Classical texts and local gazetteers occasionally referenced deer species in general terms, often without clear taxonomic distinction between similar animals. It was only with the development of modern zoological classification that the water deer was formally identified as a distinct species, Hydropodes inermis. This scientific naming helped separate biological reality from cultural interpretation, but did not replace it. Instead, two parallel understandings began to coexist, one rooted in science, the other in tradition. In Korea, the subspecies Hydropodes inermis argyropus occupies a particularly interesting place in modern cultural awareness. While not as heavily featured in folklore as some more iconic animals such as tigers or cranes, it still appears in contemporary wildlife education and nature interpretation programs. As environmental awareness has grown in recent decades, the water deer has increasingly become a symbol of native biodiversity and wetland conservation. Its presence in public discourse often reflects broader concerns about habitat preservation and ecological balance. In modern China, similar trends can be observed. Wildlife protection campaigns, nature reserves, and environmental education initiatives frequently include native deer species as part of broader efforts to promote conservation awareness. The water deer, with its distinctive appearance and ecological specialization, serves as an effective example of wetland-dependent wildlife. At the same time, modern media has played a significant role in shaping public perception of the species. One of the most widespread contemporary misconceptions is the nickname vampire deer. This label originates from the male's prominent tusks, which resemble fangs. While visually striking, this comparison is biologically misleading. The water deer is entirely herbivorous, feeding on grasses, shoots, and other plant material. Its tusks are not used for feeding but for intraspecific competition between males. Nevertheless, the dramatic imagery of a fang-bearing deer has made the species particularly memorable in global internet culture. Photographs and short videos of water deer often circulate widely online, sometimes detached from their ecological context. This phenomenon reflects a broader pattern in which unusual-looking animals become symbols or memes, occasionally overshadowing their real biological significance. From a scientific communication perspective, this presents both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, viral attention can increase awareness of lesser-known species. On the other hand, it can also reinforce misunderstandings if not accompanied by accurate information. Effective education therefore plays a key role in ensuring that fascination translates into understanding. In zoological parks, nature reserves, and educational materials, The water deer is often presented as an example of evolutionary adaptation. Its tusks, lack of antlers, and wetland specialization make it an excellent case study for explaining how species evolve unique traits in response to environmental pressures and social behavior. In this sense, the water deer functions not only as a biological organism, but also as an educational bridge between scientific knowledge and public curiosity. Its unusual morphology invites questions. Its behavior provides answers. Culturally, the species also highlights the way humans interpret nature through symbolic frameworks. Animals are rarely perceived purely as biological entities. They are often embedded within narratives, metaphors, and cultural meanings that shape how people relate to the natural world. The water deer, moving between wetlands and human imagination, occupies a space where science and storytelling intersect. As modern conservation efforts continue, this intersection becomes increasingly important. Public support for wildlife protection is often influenced not only by ecological data, but also by cultural perception and emotional connection. Species that capture imagination may receive greater attention in conservation discussions. In this context, the water deer's unusual appearance becomes an unexpected advantage. What once may have inspired curiosity or confusion now contributes to recognition and interest. As night falls over a quiet Asian wetland, a water deer steps into the shallow water, its reflection briefly visible on the surface before fading into darkness. To science, it is a member of Hydropodes inermis. To history, it is a long-observed inhabitant of river valleys and marshes. To culture, it is a symbol shaped by interpretation and imagination. And to the ecosystem, it is simply another participant in the ongoing cycle of life. In the next chapter, we turn to modern media and the evolution of the vampire deer misconception, exploring how contemporary storytelling, internet culture, and global attention have reshaped the public image of this remarkable species. Modern media and the vampire misconception. In the age of digital media, wildlife is no longer encountered only in forests, wetlands, or remote field studies. It is encountered on screens, a short video clip, a photograph shared across platforms, a headline designed to capture attention in a fraction of a second. For the water deer, this shift in how humans experience nature has had a profound effect on its global identity. Few animals illustrate this better than the so-called vampire deer. The term is not scientific. It does not appear in zoological classification or ecological literature. Instead, it emerged from informal media descriptions, social sharing, and the human tendency to simplify unusual biological traits into memorable labels. At the center of this misconception is a single anatomical feature, the elongated canine teeth of male water deer. These tusks, visible even when the mouth is closed, give the animal a striking and somewhat unexpected appearance compared with most other deer species. In photographs, especially when captured at close range or from certain angles, the effect can be dramatic. A small, shy herbivore appears momentarily transformed into something more mythic. It is this visual contrast that fuels the vampire association. However, biologically, the interpretation is entirely misleading. Water deer are not predators. They do not feed on blood. Their dentition reflects sexual selection and intraspecific competition, not feeding specialization. The tusks function primarily in male-to-male interactions, particularly during territorial disputes and mating competition. They are tools of display and combat, not feeding adaptations. Yet modern media often prioritizes visual impact over biological accuracy. In a digital environment where attention is a limited resource, striking imagery tends to spread more rapidly than nuanced explanation. As a result, the vampire deer label gained traction in online spaces, often detached from context. Social media platforms amplified this effect. Short-form videos showcasing water deer encounters frequently highlight their most visually unusual features. Without accompanying ecological explanation, viewers may be left with an incomplete or distorted impression. This is not unique to water deer. Many species with unusual morphology or behavior become subject to simplified narratives in popular media. The difference in this case is that the water deer's appearance aligns particularly well with mythic imagery.
Small size, nocturnal or crepuscular activity, and visible tusks combine to create a strong visual impression. From a communication perspective, this creates both risk and opportunity. On one hand, misleading labels can obscure ecological understanding. They may encourage anthropomorphic interpretations or sensationalize narratives that do not reflect biological reality. On the other hand, such attention can serve as an entry point for education. A person drawn in by curiosity about a vampire deer may later learn about real ecological concepts such as sexual selection, wetland adaptation, and conservation biology. The outcome depends largely on how information is presented after initial exposure. Scientific communicators increasingly recognize this dynamic. Rather than rejecting popular misconceptions outright, they often use them as starting points for explanation. In the case of the water deer, the contrast between myth and reality is particularly useful. It allows educators to demonstrate how evolutionary processes can produce features that appear unusual or dramatic, yet serve clear biological functions. The tusks are a prime example of this principle. In many mammals, weapon-like structures evolve under sexual selection pressures. These traits may not improve survival directly in all contexts, but they increase reproductive success by influencing competition outcomes. Thus, what appears vampire-like in imagery is, in reality, a finely tuned product of evolutionary trade-offs. Another aspect of media representation concerns behavior. Water deer are often described as shy, elusive, or ghost-like in their movements. These descriptions are not entirely inaccurate, but they can be exaggerated when filtered through storytelling frameworks designed for entertainment rather than science. In reality, their secretive behavior is an adaptive response to predation pressure and habitat structure. Remaining hidden within vegetation is not mystical, it is practical. It reduces detection by predators and allows efficient use of complex wetland environments. Modern wildlife documentaries have played an important role in correcting misconceptions. High-quality footage combined with expert narration provides a more balanced view of the species. Viewers can observe natural behaviors such as foraging, territorial interactions, and mother-offspring relationships in context. This helps replace simplified labels with ecological understanding. However, documentaries represent only one layer of media influence. In the broader digital ecosystem, images and short clips often circulate independently of explanatory content. Once detached, they may be reinterpreted in multiple ways depending on cultural background and prior knowledge. This fluidity of meaning is a defining feature of modern wildlife perception. The water deer has become a global species not only in distribution, but also in imagination. Most people who encounter its image online will never see it in the wild. Their understanding is therefore shaped almost entirely by mediated representations. This places a responsibility on scientific communication to ensure accuracy remains accessible. Misconceptions are not inherently harmful, but they can limit understanding if left unaddressed. In conservation contexts, accurate knowledge is particularly important. Public perception can influence funding, policy, and support for habitat protection. A species viewed primarily as a curiosity or myth may not receive the same conservation attention as one understood within its ecological framework. At the same time, the water deer's distinctive appearance can be an asset. It captures attention in a way that many less visually striking species do not. Attention, when guided correctly, can become awareness. Awareness can become interest. Interest can become support for conservation efforts. This progression depends on the availability of clear, accessible information. As media ecosystems continue to evolve, the relationship between humans and wildlife becomes increasingly mediated by technology. Images travel faster than explanations, stories spread faster than data. Yet within this environment, opportunities for education also expand. The challenge lies in bridging the gap between visual impression and ecological reality. The water deer, with its tusks and quiet presence, stands at the center of this challenge. It is at once real and misinterpreted, scientific and symbolic, familiar and strange. As night falls over a digitally connected world, millions of screens may display its image in different forms, some accurate, some distorted, all contributing to its global identity. But beyond the screens, in the wetlands of Asia and Europe, the animal continues its life unchanged by interpretation. It feeds, it moves, it hides, and it survives. In the final chapter, we turn to the future of the water deer in a changing world, exploring how climate change, human development, and conservation efforts may shape the next stage of its long evolutionary story. Epilogue: The future of the water deer. At the edge of a quiet wetland, where reeds meet open water and morning mist drifts slowly across the surface, a water deer pauses for a moment before moving forward. Its movements are unhurried, almost deliberate, as if it is reading the landscape as carefully as any human scientist might read a map. But unlike maps, the world it inhabits is not fixed. It is changing. The future of the water deer cannot be separated from the broader transformation of the planet's ecosystems. Climate change, habitat modification, human expansion, and shifting conservation priorities are reshaping environments at a global scale. Within this changing world, the water deer continues to adapt, just as it has done throughout its evolutionary history. One of the most important factors shaping its future is climate variability. Rising temperatures, altered rainfall patterns, and increased frequency of extreme weather events are already influencing wetland ecosystems across Asia and Europe. These changes affect water levels, vegetation cycles, and seasonal resource availability. For a species closely tied to wetlands, even subtle hydrological shifts can have meaningful ecological consequences. In some regions, changing conditions may expand suitable habitat. Warmer temperatures could allow water deer to persist in areas previously limited by colder winters. In other regions, however, increased drought or human water demand may reduce wetland availability, compressing habitats and increasing competition. The outcome is unlikely to be uniform. Instead, it will vary across landscapes, creating a mosaic of local expansions and contractions. Human land use remains another defining force. Agricultural development, urban growth, and infrastructure expansion continue to reshape landscapes across the water deer's range. At the same time, conservation efforts and wetland restoration projects are also expanding in many regions. This creates a dynamic tension between loss and recovery. In some areas, habitats are being fragmented further. In others, degraded ecosystems are being restored and reconnected. The future distribution of the water deer will likely reflect this uneven pattern of change. Connectivity between populations will become increasingly important. As landscapes become more fragmented, the ability of individuals to move between habitat patches will influence long-term genetic diversity and population stability. Ecological corridors, protected wetlands, and landscape-scale planning may play a crucial role in maintaining these connections. In Europe, particularly in Britain and parts of continental Europe, the water deer's future will continue to be shaped by its status as an introduced species. Here, the central questions are not about survival alone, but about coexistence and management. Will populations remain localized, or will they expand further into new regions? Will ecological impacts remain moderate, or will they increase as densities change? These questions remain open, and the answers will depend on a combination of environmental conditions and human decision-making. In its native range, the story is different but equally complex. Here, conservation focuses on protecting remaining habitats, maintaining population connectivity, and reducing pressures from habitat loss, fragmentation, and human-wildlife conflict. Success in these efforts will determine whether the species remains stable across its ancestral landscapes or continues to experience localized declines. One of the most important aspects of the water deer's future is its adaptability. Throughout this narrative, a consistent theme has emerged: flexibility, the ability to use diverse habitats, the ability to adjust behavior to human presence, the ability to exploit both natural and modified landscapes. This adaptability has allowed the species to persist through environmental change, geographic expansion, and ecological uncertainty. However, adaptability has limits. Rapid or extreme environmental change can exceed the capacity of even flexible species to adjust. The long-term outcome will depend on whether change remains within tolerable boundaries. Another factor shaping the future is human perception. As we have seen, the water deer exists not only in ecosystems but also in cultural imagination. It is viewed through scientific, ecological, and media lenses simultaneously. These perceptions influence conservation priorities, public interest, and policy decisions. A species that captures attention may benefit from increased awareness and protection efforts, but attention alone is not enough. Sustained conservation outcomes require long-term commitment and evidence-based management. Scientific research will continue to play a central role. New technologies, such as high-resolution satellite monitoring, environmental DNA sampling, and automated behavioral analysis, are expanding our ability to understand wildlife populations in unprecedented detail. These tools will help clarify how water deer respond to environmental change across different regions. They will also improve our ability to predict future trends. Yet even with advanced technology, uncertainty will remain. Ecological systems are inherently complex, shaped by countless interacting variables. The water deer's future will not be determined by a single factor, but by the interaction of many. Despite this uncertainty, some general patterns are already visible. The species is resilient. It can persist in both native and introduced ranges. It can adjust to human-altered landscapes. It can exploit a variety of ecological conditions. These traits suggest that the water deer is unlikely to disappear in the near future. But persistence is not the same as stability. Populations may fluctuate. Distributions may shift. Ecological roles may change. The species will continue to evolve within the contexts it inhabits. As dawn breaks over another wetland, whether in China, Korea, or England, the same quiet scene unfolds once again. A water deer emerges from cover, feeds briefly, listens, and moves on. It is part of an ancient lineage shaped by wetlands and water. It is also part of a modern world shaped by humans. Between these two realities, it continues to exist, and its story is still being written, not as a finished chapter, but as an ongoing process, one that reflects the broader story of life on a changing planet. In the end, the water deer is neither simply a relic of the past nor a symbol of the future. It is a living expression of adaptation, and like all living things, its fate will depend on the balance between change and continuity, pressure and resilience, loss and recovery. The wetlands will continue to shift, so will the deer, and so too will the world around them.